The Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. Chairperson, before I resume, if I could just make one or two remarks about the discussion that you and I had before we stopped yesterday.
Yes.
Yes. Now, I just wanted to say, Chairperson, that I know that this commission is difficult enough for especially you and your fellow commissioners. I think that one of the most difficult jobs is to have to adjudicate. It's easier for us who can bet from our various corners, as it were. And my own limited experience, having acted on the bench, is that it is the most difficult job under the sun. And so I just wanted to say, Chair, that although this is obviously an emotional kind of matter, and the clients have various views about how matters should be conducted, just wanted to assure you that nobody has defended the integrity of this commission more than myself, with my own clients, whenever it has been questioned. And whatever quibblings or complaints one has, it never crosses that line of the integrity of the commission. I have the utmost respect for you and your commissioners. It is indeed so, Chair, and I'm sure you being probably the most experienced person in the room, that Council has to fight fearlessly for and represent the views of their clients. But once again, the line has to be drawn at respecting the decorum of the forum, which I'm recommitting myself to do, but mainly to assure you that that line I don't even want to test. And I know where it is. I will unapologetically fight for my client's interest, but that is not a line that I wish ever to cross. And so I just wanted to clear the air on that one, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpofu.
Chair, while we're busy with housekeeping, may I know what's happening in the next week so that we can plan from my client's side our own affairs? I hear in the corridors, I'm not party to it, that we may not have this witness on Wednesday. Are we going to have...
What I can tell you is that the witness is not available tomorrow, Wednesday. We're discussing with the evidence leaders whether there's something that can take place tomorrow morning. And because we're not sitting on Thursday and Friday, as you I think you've been told, we were proposing to stop at lunchtime on Wednesday, tomorrow. We're discussing with the evidence leaders whether there's something that can be done to use the time for tomorrow morning. But I'll be able to inform you about that when that's been finalised. The position is that technically the Commission's period for hearing evidence ends at the end of this month. We have, as I think you've been told, applied to the Presidency for an extension. And I was due to speak to the Minister this morning, but unfortunately I couldn't make contact with him. Again, once I have something positive to communicate, I shall do so. At the same time, but not before we know officially whether there will be an extension, I will give the ruling on the application for removal of the seat of the Commission from Rustenburg to Centurion. I take it that addresses, insofar as I can at this stage, the points that you've raised.
Yeah, but our problem is that we have diaries to accommodate. I don't know whether I'm required on Monday morning, and if so, where? And if so, for how long? And we have an order of witnesses. I would be very much like to be present when the General Mpembe is going to give evidence. I have no indication of when he's likely to give evidence.
The General is the next witness who's scheduled to give evidence. And my understanding at the moment is that he will go to the witness table and take the witness chair as soon as this witness is finished. I had hoped that this witness would be finished tomorrow, but I was informed that she is not, a matter over which she has no control. She's not available tomorrow, and therefore the problem arose which I mentioned earlier. But as far as in answer to the question who is going to be the next witness, the answer to that is Major General Mpembe.
Chair, while I'm difficult, bear with me for a while.
Yes.
Bear with me.
So can I just add something else before you put something else to me? I understand from Mr. Mpofu that he anticipates that he will be, although it's obviously difficult to predict, but he anticipates he will be finished with the National Commissioner sometime in the course of Monday. Thereafter, Mr. Gumbi will cross-examine her, and thereafter there will be re-examination by Mr. Semenya, and if the questions that I would like asked are not asked by anybody by then, there are a few questions I want to ask the National Commissioner myself. So it sounds as if it's not likely that Major General Mpembe will give evidence before Tuesday morning. I think that's looking perhaps overconfidently into a crystal ball. That's the best that I can do by way of answering your question.
Thank you, brother.
There's something else you want to raise, and then perhaps we can invite Mr. Budland on behalf of the evidence leaders to contribute anything that he has to contribute in regard to the points that you raised.
No, that is what I wanted to raise, and it's awkward for me to raise it in the open commission. I wonder whether if in future we plan these things, it shouldn't be done in committee by everybody concerned, so that I don't hear over my shoulder what might be happening on Wednesday and whether there's going to be an inspection or a photo exhibition or whatever. I have all these rumors coming at me, and I feel left out, and I can't plan my diary, and that's the reason why I raise it now, and I've said enough. Thank you very much for listening to me, Chair.
Into bekade ichazwa apha ke uqale umhlekazi uMpofu ethetha noCommissioner umgcinisihlalo neCommissioner ebonisa inhlonipho yakhe kodwa echazwa kokuba yonke lento ayenzayo apha ngumsebenzi osemaxeni akho kokuba alwele ababantu abamele akukhombisa okokuba wenza loo nto ngendelela ngoba umthetho uyamvumela okokuba enze loo nto kwase kuchaza ke umgcinisihlalo okokuba uyayamkela loo ntetho kwavela umhlekazi uBecker okhala ngokuthi kude kube ngoku akazi okokuba siyaphina akazi okokuba ingqineli zawubizwa ngeliphi akakwazi ukuba alungise idayari yakhe ngemfanelo kwacaca ke kumgcinisihlalo okokuba usezawuthetha nabaphethe ngokususwa kwale commission apha kusengenziwa eso sigqibo bekufanele ukuba senziwe namhla sizawuthi xa senziwe ke abe sesixelela ngaso uzawuthi ke umhlekazi uMpofu agqibezele ngale ngogeneral ngomsombuluko kule viki elizayo kube sekubuza umhlekazi uGumbi kugqibezele uSiminya ukuthi emva koko ke kubizwe uGeneral Mpembe.
Information that the witness would not be available tomorrow was only communicated to me after 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, so I wasn't able to consult anybody else thereafter. I considered the possibility of an inspection, but we decided would not be appropriate at this stage, and that was why I raised the evidence leaders whether there was anything else that could be done, and it was explained that it may well be possible, but this is a matter we haven't taken a final decision on, for something to be presented by way of an index and a reconciliation of the videos and the working out of a timeline. But that's something that I'm not able to make a definite statement about. That will be decided in the course of the day. But certainly no discourtesy was intended to anybody. It was a logistical problem that arose, as I said, after 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, when there's nothing else that we could do. Mr. Butler, is there anything that you wish to say?
Chair, simply this, that we all labour under the same difficulty. We didn't know until yesterday that Mr. Mpofu would not complete his cross-examination of the National Commissioner this week. or that he wouldn't complete it yesterday, or rather that he would not complete it today. We all didn't know until yesterday afternoon that the National Commissioner is not available tomorrow, and neither did she know that she'd be required tomorrow until it became clear that the cross-examination was going to take some time. And so we all labour under the same difficulty and under the same frustration, and we have to make do as best we can. I do hope that the experience we've now had with the National Commissioner and we've now had with General Annandale will lead to, and the fact that we clearly are going to have limited time to complete our work, assuming that an extension is granted, will lead to the parties agreeing to a method of curtailing the cross-examination so that we can expedite the work of the Commission, get on with it, and also try to make more reasonable projections as to how long each witness is going to be in the box. If we know how many cross-examiners there are, that at least will give us some basis for making some sort of reasonable prediction. But until we have that, we are under the same difficulty and we all have the same frustration.
You want to add, Mr. Berger?
No, I don't want to enter the debate, but let me say this. It is unrealistic to expect the people around this table to discipline themselves on cross-examination. I will be the first one to agree to that. I will not have many takers on that. I'm going to, in due course, if this is extended and if we get another lease on life, I'm going to request you very respectfully, Chair, to direct limits for cross-examination. We cannot go on as we're going on with this General, as we're going on with General Annandale. We're at Police General 2 out of 11. We haven't started on the rest of the case. But I'm overstating, and don't ask me again to talk. I'm talking too much. I'm sorry for that.
Chairperson, I think before I address this, I think originally you were going to respond to what I had said. So can you get that out of the way? And then
I want to thank you for what you said. I personally think that sometimes being an advocate of a difficult case is even more difficult than being a judge, but that's a matter that you and I can discuss separately. But thank you for what you said. I appreciate it. And I'm pleased to think that your clients, whatever misunderstandings they may have sometimes, receive constant assurances that we are really doing our best, the three of us here, to impartially and objectively get to the truth of this matter. And it's a very emotional matter. It's a very difficult matter for various reasons. But we must all try as harmoniously as we can to work to get the right answer. And so I think what you said this morning will contribute to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Umqinihlalo ubulela umhlekazi uMpofu nganethe ayivezile namhlanje uyatsho nayo okokuba into enzima lena inzima gqitha kufanele okokuba ayibuze imibuzo efanele kuze kubonakale nakwaba bantu abamele okokuba inyaniso iyaphuma yonke ngaphandle koko ke kuye kwavela okokuba kusekho amangqina amaninzi amanye ezayo ngako ke kuyawudingeka ukuthi imibuzo le ithi ukuthi incishiswe kancane.
Yes. Now, Chairperson, before I resume, just apropos the other discussion, I just want to register once again that we share the frustrations, maybe more than other people, for the obvious reasons that include our lack of resources and so on. So every day that this goes on is an extra burden to us. However, there are, and I'm just reminding the Chair, there are certain issues which, of course, the issue of the meeting that Mr. Berger mooted last month, and which I discussed with the Chair and with Mr. Chaskalson separately yesterday, is something that I think we should use even this short break to try and do, especially when we do know exactly how much time we have, because then at least we'll be working backwards to a specific timetable. And then just to remind the Chair, not to forget, please, the other measures that we did try and suggest, which are the issue of the simultaneous translation, insofar as it is feasible. I'm quite sure that the reason why General Allendale took so long was, among other things, the triple translation, as it were, which, as the Chair correctly pointed out, you can't deny a witness their constitutional right to testify in the language of their choice. But I'm on record as saying if that issue can be addressed, it would, in theory, at least have halved or even cut by a third the amount of time that, of course, that's not strictly true, but it could have cut by a third the amount of time that General Allendale had spent. I think there are various other ways of doing it, including those that have been suggested by my colleagues.
What you've said is you've suggested that the meeting that was mooted earlier should take place in the break, and I hope that it will be possible for all the parties concerned to agree. It's far better for parties to agree to restrictions than for me to impose. And if I have to, I will, but it'll obviously be far better if parties agree. And there should be ways of speeding up the process without prejudicing the rights of the various parties who are appearing. But there are matters that we can discuss, possibly outside this auditorium, to achieve that. But anyway, the meeting must, I think, proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
And I think it may well produce answers to some of the problems, at least, that have been discussed.
Thank you, Chairperson. But without belaboring the point, I think that goes back to what I said earlier about the difficulty of your task. Because, of course, as it was said from day one, and I think people mustn't lose sight of this, there has to be this delicate balance for speed, but at the same time, it can be to the extent that parties feel that they are being bulldozed. And that, I think, is why you yourself, Chair, would rather favor a solution that comes from us rather than one that is imposed. Thank you.
Bekuchaza kokuba kuzawubakho inhlangano, kuzawubakho i-meeting apho bazobeka khona ukuze kongiwe ixesha, ngoba ixesha liyasibetha ngoku, asazi noma uza kuyandisa na ixesha lale komishoni urhulumente. Kuyawuthi ke emva koko kuboniswe ukuthi kwenziwane. Enye into athetha ngayo umhlekazi uMpofu into yokokuba makwenziwe icebo lokokuba indaba leyo kutolika ngexesha elinye kubantu abahlukile ukuze kongiwe ixesha.
Thank you.
Mr. Mpofu, are you now ready to proceed?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, General.
Good morning.
I'm going to just finish the topic that we were busy with, about minimum force and so on. Then I'll clean up some of the issues we dealt with yesterday, one or two questions, and then we'll move to the next topic, which deals broadly with the issue of self-defense. You remember, or let me put it this way, is it correct that a key part of the police's version in this matter is that they were forced, I think is the word, they were forced to use maximum force to defend themselves? Is that a fair summation?
Kunjalo kuba amapolisa azikhusela apha ngokuba asebenzisa amandla agqithiswe ngoba banyanzelelwe okokuba bathathe elo xathu.
My recall is that we spoke about private defense, defending themselves against the perceived danger.
Siye sathetha apha ngokuzikhusela kona ngokwabo nokukhusela abanye oogxa babo kwingozi eyayikhona.
Yes, no, that I understand. But in one of the statements that you have said you stand by, which is F5,
funda kwesinye statement apha athi ugeneral uye wathi uma naso F5
okay, I just took the liberty to number that It's 3 pages. So if you go to page 2, sorry. Are you there, Chandra?
Yes, sir.
Ewe ndikuso ngoku.
Triple F5 is, of course, the statement you made on the 17th of August 2012 to the media, to the local and international media. Remember that?
Yes.
Ingxelo wawuyiveza kuzintatheli zalapha nezangaphandle. Ewe.
At the bottom of the paragraph preceding the last one, you say, I quote, police retreated systematically and were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves, unquote. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Ndiyayikhumbula leyo ntetho apho ndithi khona amapolisa abuya umva kwaba sekubakho inyanzelo lokuba azikhusele wona ngokwabo.
Yes, and all I was saying is that statement that you made forms a key part of the police's version, correct?
It is true.
Ewe kunjalo kokuba yiyo indlela amapolisa athi eme kuyo azikhusela ngayo kulolu uphando.
And would it be fair to say that in all the instances where the police unfortunately caused, I'm using that word loosely, not in the legal sense, caused a loss of life, in other words, the 13th and the 2 sins, that was part of the defense. They were forced by the circumstances to use maximum force, correct? At least that's what you were told.
Waxelela okokuba kuyo yonke le ndawo apho amapolisa abakhona imbangela yokuba abantu baphulukane nobomi babo bebesebenzisa leyo nto yokuba bazikhusele.
I think the police will always assess the danger that is facing them, whether it's maximum or minimum, and they would respond according to that assessment.
Amapolisa anako okokuba abone wona ngokwawo okokuba ubomi babo busengozini mabasebenzise eyiphi indlela mabazikhusele ngeyiphi indlela.
Yes, no, that I agree with that. All I'm asking you is what you were told by the commanders is that in the instances where loss of life was caused, it was because the police had been acting in self-defense, where they had been forced to use maximum force.
Mbuzo ukuthi icommanders axela ngoloo ndlela okokuba yonke indawo apho kuye wabakhona ukusweleka kwabantu amapolisa enza zonke inzame ezikhusela kuyimeko ebanyaniswa ukuba basebenza ngolo hlobo.
As I've already indicated, I was informed that their response was informed by the assessment they've made of the situations that confronted them.
Njengoba besendixela ukuba bandixela ngolo hlobo kokuba kwakukho isinyanzelo sokukho imeko ebanyanzelisa ukuba benze ngolo hlobo.
Okay, well, I'm going to move on. I'll assume you don't want to answer my question, or I'm asking it in an unclear fashion. So, in any event, yesterday we had gone as far as to agree that Section 13.3b prescribes well, we hadn't agreed because I was saying in all situations and you said depending on the circumstances. So let's agree to disagree on that one. But that it prescribes the use of minimum force, correct?
Izolo bendibekile okokuba usection 13.3b lo mthetho wamapolisa uthi ke noma ngaphansi kweyiphi imeko amapolisa wafanelanga ukuba agqithise amandla kufanele asebenzise amandla ancishisiweyo. Sangavumelani ngoba wena uthe kuyawuba kuyawuya ngemeko abazivumana bekuyo ngelo xesha.
Yes, my answer remains the same as yesterday.
Ewe impendulo yami lokhu njalo njengoba ndixela izolo.
Okay, as I said, we agree to disagree because I'm not allowed to argue propositions of law with you. We'll debate that issue at the end. Just so that you know that my position is that it applies to all situations. But moving on, you are aware that the Constitution of this country, among other things, protects the right to life and the right to bodily integrity and the right to human dignity. And those are some of the constitutional constraints, as it were, under which the police act in any circumstances. Correct?
Uyayazi into yokuba umgaqo-siseko waleli lizwe ke uyayivikela impilo yomuntu nosimo nesizotha yonke into ephathelene nomuntu.
Yes.
Ewe.
So we have the Constitution that imposes those constraints. We have Section 13(3)(b) that prescribes minimum force with or without the qualification that you put. And then, of course, there is Exhibit S, which was written by you, which, generally speaking, forms part of the prescripts.
Esekuba khona i-exhibit S ke ngaphandle kwe-section 13(3)(b) nomgaqo-siseko esekuba khona i-exhibit S le ebhalwe nguwe apho usithi khona nawe uvumelana nale nto ithethwa phaa
And
imimiselo.
I'm reading now from, once again, it's unnumbered, from the last page, paragraph 3.4.
Sawufunda phaya ngasekugqibeleni u-3.4.
Disciplinary and criminal steps will be taken against members who act beyond the command or use force I think the chairperson had correctly inserted a word there, or use more force than what was necessary. You remember that prescript?
Uyayikhumbula ke le miselo wayibeka okokuba kuyawuthathwa amanyathelo kuze kutheswe namatyala abo abangamamemba wamapolisa abaye basebenzisa amandla agqithisileyo kunalawo adingekayo.
Yes, I do.
Uyayikhumbula?
And I think in April, you and I had agreed that the formulation, you can't use more force than is necessary, is synonymous to saying you must use minimum force. In other words, you must use the minimum force that is necessary. Correct?
I'd like to read it as written because interpretations can take us to wrong places. I'm
No.
happy with what I see here.
No.
Ndiyamkela njengoba ibhaliwe apha ngoba xa uyinikeza enye incazelo ingahle ihluke kuloku.
Yeah, no, I know you are happy, and so am I. All I'm asking you is whether you and I had agreed in April. If you can't remember, I'll have to look for the passage, that the usage of the wording minimum, or rather, no more force than is necessary, is synonymous as the requirement for minimum force. I'm saying we agreed on that in April. If you don't remember, then during the tea break, I'll look it up, and we can move on.
Uthi savumelana ngo-April okokuba le nkcazelo endikunika yona okokuba apho uthi khona umuntu akafanelanga ukusebenzisa amandla angaphezulu kwalawo adingekile ichaza yona loo nto endiyitshoyo.
All I'm saying is that I think it is well articulated there. I understand it to be saying what it is saying. And secondly, also to say, when you talk minimum to what, there's a starting point, there's a baseline. So minimum may be varied. So that's why I'm comfortable with how it is written here. It's much more lucid to me.
Ndiyamkela njengoba ibhalwe apha ngoba xa sesichaza amandla ukuba kufanele abe ngakanani kuyawuya ngemeko leyo umuntu azifumana akuyona kuhluke ukuba apha kufanele asebenzise amandla angaka apha asebenzise amandla angaka.
General, if you can please listen to my question. I'm going to ask for try for the last time, otherwise I'm going to move on. You've already heard that time is of the essence. I'm asking you a simple question. When, on the 5th of April, I was giving you the 10 general principles, did you or did you not agree that the formulation of more force than is no more force than is necessary is synonymous with the requirement for minimum force. It's either you did or you didn't, or you cannot remember.
I cannot remember, but I want to say I'm comfortable with what is written here, and I think the meaning is common to us in terms of what is written here.
Okay, thank you. That's an answer. You cannot remember. I'll look it up here. All right. And what you do know is that triple F1, if you go to triple F1, go to 5.42, which is on page 10 thereof.
Asiza apha ku triple F1 kwisivakaliso seshumi
actually, you can read that together with 5.4.1.4, which is just above it. It says the use of force must meet the following requirements, 5.4.1.4, minimal to accomplish the goal. And as I'm saying, if you can read that with 5.4.2, which is a standalone subsection, which says no more force should be used or harm done than is necessary to accomplish the set goal.
apha afunda khona umhlekazi ukuthi kuthi nje amandla afanele asetshenziswe ngamandla azawunika okokuba kufezwe injongo leyo lento ijongiwe xa sekufike apho makungagqithwa.
And you'd agree that the spirit of those two provisions is the same as what we're discussing. Don't use any more force than what is necessary, or use minimal force to achieve your goals, correct?
Umelana apho kokuba lento siyifunda apha ihambelana nesigqibo kuyithetha ngokokuba umuntu akafanelanga asebenzise amandla apho kungenasidingo khona.
Yes.
Ewe.
Okay. And then finally 5.4.5 across the page. Says the use of lethal force. The use of lethal force is only justified in the conditions laid down in the principles of criminal law and the regulations of the Gatherings Act.
Apha ke kuthi ukusebenzisa amandla agqithisweyo kuye kujongwe phansi komthetho
and
apho umuntu ezikhusela khona nalapho ngaphansi komthetho wolawulo lezihlelo.
yes, and putting aside for now the issue of the Act, I want to say to you, and you can accept it, that since you're not a lawyer, I'm just going to say it to you, and if I'm incorrect, your advocate, I'm sure, will definitely correct me, and the chair. I want to say to you that one of the requirements or elements, as we call it as lawyers, for private defense is similar to what you and I have been discussing, namely that the force that is used in private or self-defense must not be more than what is necessary. Would you just accept that as at face value, as it were?
Can accept it. He's right on that point.
I've heard him judge because he said, I'm not a lawyer, I can only listen.
Ndizawumamela njani kuyena ummeli xa umhlekazi embuzo kokuba umthetho ubeka kanjani kokuba umuntu udinga ukuzikhusela xa kwenze njani alisebenzise amandla alingene eso sidingo.
Now, the issue is that if, in the light of what you and I have discussed so far, starting with the Constitution, the Police Act, the common law, as we've just discussed now, the triple F1, and your letter. All those prescripts, as it were, seem to have one thing in common, which is that they require minimum force or no more force than what is necessary, which I will argue is the same thing. Then, would you agree that your statement that despite all those things, the police actually used maximum force, which is the opposite of minimum force, is the clearest example that the police breached the prescripts and the requirements of law, and that it is, as it were, it flies in the face of what you and I have discussed so far?
Chair, the witness explained to us in April how she used the word maximum as it appears in that statement.
Chairperson, I'm sorry to interrupt Mr. Semenya. I really would like the witness to be left to answer for herself.
The objection that we must give him a chance to say what his objection is.
No, of course, but it must not be in such a way that it suggests...
No. He's referring to what the witness said before. You yourself haven't got the exact quotation of what she said. And he's referring to it. I'm not sure if he's got the reference. Have you got the actual reference?
We'll find it, Chair, but the witness did give evidence, did reply to that question, did explain the context of the use of the word maximum as it appears in that statement.
I wonder whether the sensible thing to do is not to hold this over until after tea when you've got the actual quotation. And it may well be that the matter can be dealt with satisfactorily then, the moment it's a bit in the air. I take it you've got other cross-examination material to use at the moment.
Kuthiwa lo mbuzo sawuphinde sibuze suphendule emva kwetiya xa sebafumene apho ibhalwe khona le nto abuzwa ngayo ugeneral.
Subject to Mr. Semenya's position, if he objects, I will withdraw the question. I just want to put one more question, namely, just for my own understanding. It is your evidence that the statements you make on the merits, as it were, whether it's triple F4 or triple F5, or are what was reported to you by the commanders on the ground. Do I understand that correctly?
Ndiva kakuhle okokuba le ntetho oyiveze apha oyibhalile zingxelo owazifumana kwikomanda ezazilapho.
I've said so, yes.
Nditshilo loo nto.
You do know that, Chairperson, I'm sorry, I don't want to be, I'm not defying the ruling. I'm on the same subject, but I'm not pursuing...
Questions on the same subject.
Of triple F4.
It's the point that's standing over is that sentence at the foot of page
F5,
2, I think it is,
it was put in context.
Triple F5, the context of that and what she said earlier. And we've got to get the exact words of what she said earlier so that we can properly understand the debate in respect of,
yes,
of that.
Thank you. Okay.
That's standing over. But
Yes.
you can proceed with the topic.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. All right. In any event, irrespective of triple F5, do you know yourself that it was the intention of the police to use minimum force?
Uyayazi okokuba kwakuyinjongo yamapolisa okokuba
In other words, before the actual massacre, before the actual event.
phambi kokuba kwenzeke ese sehlakalo sokuba abantu baphulukane nobomi, injongo yamapolisa kwakuya phaya ukusebenzisa nje amandla ancitshisiweyo ukuze kuphezwe yonke lento.
I'm not sure what you are actually referring to. Maybe if you could, maybe
Yes.
in a little bit more detail, tell me about that intention that you're talking about.
Fair enough.
Ndiwuvisisi kakuhle lo mbuzo wakho ngaphandle kokuba uchaze ukuba linjongo uthetha ngayo yeyiphi.
If you go to slide 282, L282, sorry, exhibit L282. You'll see the first bullet that it says SAPS entered into this conflict situation at Marikana Mine with the pure intention, pure intention to try the utmost to resolve it peacefully through negotiation and, if necessary, the absolute minimum force. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyayibona lo.
And since we know that you approved this document, I didn't expect it to just know it off by heart, but would you agree that that was the pure intention of the police?
Apha ekugqibeleni uyazi okokuba injongo yamapolisa kwakuyile ebhalwe apha kule.
I've already said yes.
Yes.
Ewe senditshilo njalo apho kubhalwe khona okokuba amapolisa aya phaya kwakho imbambano le yaseMarikana Mine ngenjongo yokuthi ayozama okokuba kuziswe isombululo esinoxolo ngokuthi kubekho uthethathethwano nokuthi xa kwakufuneka kusetshenziswe amandla kwakuzosetshenziswa amandla ancishisiweyo.
And once again, you being a non-lawyer, I won't bore you with the details. Safe to say that the expression absolute minimum force has a technical meaning in terms of the European Union rules, where it's traced to the right to life as it is traced to the right to life in South Africa. But that's a matter I will deal with in argument. But safe to say that the pure intention of the police was to act with absolute minimum force.
Perhaps I could just say, advocate, that police may also be having a meaning for that.
Yes, yeah.
Mandithi ke njengoba uyibeka wena okokuba mhlawumbe amapolisa anenye inkcazelo ngaloo nto othetha ngayo kusetshenziswa lamandla ancishisiwe.
Put that into context, minimum force is described very clearly in the preceding slide, isn't it?
Sorry, Commissioner, I didn't hear the last part.
Just to put that into context, minimum force is described in L281.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It's described, I think it's a different context, but there is another reference to minimum force. But absolute minimum force, as I say, is something else which I can't debate with the witness. I'll debate with you as the panel at the right time. And then also, of course, the Commissioner refers to minimum force or rather in a particular context. At least slide 281 refers to it in terms of phase 3, which sometimes, I must confess, is confusing whether it's the same thing as stage 3, because some of the stages have their own phases, but that's not where we are right now. But maybe just to clarify the point that has been raised, so that there's no ambiguity. If you go to slide 283. The second bullet says, even when stage 3 of the operational plan was implemented, the use of live ammunition was never an option, and the use of minimum force if negotiation was not successful was the next alternative. You see that part?
Yes, I do.
Ndiyayibona apha ibhalwe khona okokuba kuzawuthi xa kuthatha inyathelo eli lesithathu kwi-operation kakuna kusetshenziswa imipu yensimbi imbumbulu zensimbi.
The only proposition that I wish to put to you at this stage is that if indeed, and that's a matter that the Commission will make a finding on in due course, if indeed maximum force was used, as a matter of fact, forget who said what and so on, if indeed maximum force was used in the face of the prescripts that I've read to you, in the face of the pure intention that I've referred you to, that if one of the commanders came here and said, look, we used maximum force, that would amount to nothing short of a confession that they breached all the prescripts that you and I have discussed this morning. It's just simple. It's like if you say, you may not cross when the robot is red, and someone says, I crossed when the robot was red. At that level, it's just at that simplistic level, it would amount to the negation of all the prescripts, correct?
Kwe yonke le mystery esayifunda apha ebonisa okokuba indlela okufanele kusetshenziswe ngayo ngeyiphi. Xa kuye kwabakho icommander apho efika kubo ithi sisebenzisane amandla agqithisweyo, ubeza kuyenza leyo nto ngokutsheshela le mimiselo ebekiwe.
I don't agree with you.
Andivumelani nawe apho.
Okay. Why?
For a number of reasons, because that entire context has to be taken into account.
Ngezizathu eziningi kufanele kujongwe yonke into eyenzeka apho. Let's
start off by saying the situation we're dealing with there was an illegal gathering.
Mandithi into yokuqala sasingayo phaya kwakuyintlanganiso engekho emthethweni. Umbuthano ongekho emthethweni.
Your reference to the Constitution that talks about rights and whatever, it also says people have a right to gather, but gather peacefully and unarmed.
Njengoba usishiye ukuba umthetho seko uyavumela into yoba abantu banalo ilungelo lokuba babuthane kwindawo ethize kodwa ke ithi mababuthane ngoxolo apho bangaxhomanga.
You clearly and rightfully show the positive intention of the police.
Uye wabonisa apha ke injongo zamapolisa ezazi zinjongo ezilungile.
I've shared with this commission that in the 18 years we've dealt with over 151 gatherings and protests, and a majority of those, almost 80 to 90%, we've dealt with very successfully.
Ndienda bheka apha kule commission okokuba kwiminyaka 18 egqithileyo apha kwinkululeko yethu siye sajongana neziganeko ezixhoxholo ezinjengezi zingu-151 yama-151,000 ngaphezu kwa 80-90% yabo zaba impumelelo.
And even where we've had to deal with unrest that showed some level of violence, we've been able to use a lot of the prescripts that you're talking about very successfully.
Lapho sasijongene khona nezixholoxholo ezazi binanze uqhankqalazo lalo nezixholoxholo sakwazi okokuba nezo sisebenze ngazo ngempumelelo.
I'm on record in my testimony here that that situation was unprecedented.
Ndienda atsho okokuba le sasijongene nayo apha kwayinto engezange yenzeke ngaphambilini.
And this is why I wouldn't agree with you.
Ngakho ke ubona ndingavumelani nawe ke kule nto uyithetha ngoku.
Okay. In fairness, I'm going to ask you a question and clarify it more. Because the last thing I want to do is to misconstrue what you're saying to the Commission on this crucial point.
Ubuza nje ukuba undichazele apha ngoba andifuni ukuba ndikubeke ebubini kwintetho oyibekayo kule commission.
I'm saying to you that I'm going to argue, which I cannot argue with you because you are a witness. I'm going to argue that these prescripts, this body of prescripts that you and I have discussed, outlaw the use of maximum force. In other words, it is prohibited. Now, I may or may not succeed in that argument at the end of the commission.
Ndizawuthi xa sendithetha ndiveza kwintetho-mpikiswano ndibeke okokuba ukusebenziswa kwamandla lawa agqithisiweyo iphikisana nayo yonke le mimiselo ebekade siyifunda sivumelana ngayo apha.
But I'm begging you to indulge me and assume that will be accepted, that in terms of the prescripts, without qualification, the use of maximum force is outlawed. It has no place in South Africa. It has no place under any circumstances, and so on, whatever it is that I will argue. Now, I'm saying to you, if in those circumstances, one of the commanders were to come here and say, Mr. Chairman, in actual fact, we used maximum force on the 16th or on the 13th or whatever, that would be tantamount to the example that I gave, to saying, Mr. Chairman, we broke the law.
Beka ngolo hlobo kumhlekazi okokuba emva kokuba sifunde yonke le mimiselo ethi ukusetshenziswa lwamandla agqithisiweyo akuvunyelwanga ngumthetho noma ngomphi. Ndithi ke xa kwavela mhlawumbe enye masithi kwavela enye yekomanda yafike yathi kubo sebenzisani amandla agqithisileyo uzobe eyenze loo nto ngendlela ngekho mthethweni etsheshela le mimiselo efundiwe.
Chair, Mr. Bezos spent a considerable period of time cross-examining on this topic, and the witness has given answers to all those questions before.
Umhlekazi Siminya, umhlekazi uBezos wabuza imibuzo enjengalena kaninzi wanikezwa izimpendulo ngoku kuyaphinda le mibuzo ebesibuziwe yaphendula kumhlekazi uBezos.
And Chair, secondly, there is no basis for this hypothesis that another general is going to come here and says we used maximum force. There's no basis for it.
Akukho ke nentetha ekavela okokuba kukho igeneral ezawuza apha ithi ndim endathi sebenzisana amandla agqithisiwe.
Her statement was based on what the commanders told her. He will therefore say, I imagine, that this sentence that we're busy with comes from one of the commanders. But of course, Mr. Mpofu, you leave out the word forced. What the statement says, they were forced to use maximum force. And if maximum force, if minimum force is not more than was necessary, but if you are forced to use something, then can you say that it's that is more than was necessary? If it's forced, yes. That's really the point, isn't it? Isn't that a matter that we should debate at the end of the hearing, rather than trying it out on the witness who, whatever other qualifications she has, hasn't had the advantage, that's the right word, of a legal education.
Yes. Chairperson, I appreciate that point very well. But I just thought it's something that I need to put in fairness to this witness, since she is the one who used those words. Of course, this is subject to whatever we're going to do at tea time, to whatever context she might have put to it. But it would be unfair for me to argue anything approximating what I'm putting now without having given her a chance. But apropos what you're saying, Chair, with respect, I read the words literally as they are in FFF5, that they were forced to use minimum force. So
you rephrased, you left the word forced.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting there was deliberate or anything like that. Yeah. But anyway, there are 2 points on the table at the moment. The one is repetition, because Mr. Bezos covered that.
Well, that I can
that's the first point.
Yeah.
The second point is that can one say that someone used more force than was necessary, which is the opposite of minimum force, more force than was necessary, where that person says, I was forced to use maximum force to defend myself?
Yes, that's an issue that I'm sure Mr. Semenya and I will debate at length at the end. But as far as the Mr. Bezos point is concerned, Chair, with respect, the mere fact that Mr. Bezos covered something cannot prohibit me. Mr. Bezos covered this from the point of view of the so-called doctrine and all that. I'm not talking about any doctrine. I'm simply saying that from the prescripts which I've read to the witness, counterposed against either what she said at the press conference or the hypothetical general who will come and say it. That's all I'm dealing with. And I'm almost finished. I was just really putting the proposition, as I said, that I will argue, in fairness to the witness.
Mr. Mpofu, that proposition, when you put to the witness, asking her if it might be a confession, you must also factor that that statement might be accompanied by an explanation that is exculpatory.
No, of course. Yeah. It's exactly the same as I'm saying. If somebody says, the law says you may not cross a red robot, and then the person says, I crossed a red robot, prima facie, that is a confession of breaking the law. But the person can say, look, there were 1,000 lions chasing me or whatever. I'm not there yet. I'm just talking about the face value nature of the statement. Anyway, we'll have this interesting debate one day.
Uyayibeka ke umhlekazi uMpofu phaya okokuba kungabakho izizathu eziningi njengoba esitsho okokuba umuntu xa exithe iroboto ibomvu utyeshele umthetho kodwa ngaba nesizathu asinikezayo okokuba bekwingonyama emva kwakhe.
Chair,
sorry.
The reference on the transcript is page 7282, day 68. And the question was asked by Mr. Bezos in exactly the identical terms now being used. You'll see it runs from line 10, 11 downwards, Chair. 7282.
Yes, let's read that aloud because that may put this point away for the moment at least. Mr. Bezos says, if he did use maximum force, as you did, if he did, in the sense of the expression, if he did use maximum force as you did, what did you mean by maximum force? And the witness says, I will not be able to talk for the minister. But I, in my statement, was saying that the police had to use the necessary force to defend themselves. And Mr. Bezos, we were forced to utilize maximum force. What did you mean by maximum force? You used the words, what did you mean? Answer, I've just answered to say the context I used was to say we must use the necessary force to defend themselves. That's what I meant. That's the answer that she gave then. And it doesn't seem to me, with respect, that you're taking it any further. The answer is on record. You can argue later what one can infer from that, but I think the necessary material, I mean, you're basically cross-examining to get material on which to found arguments later, aren't you?
Yes, Chairperson.
And I would think, if I may say so, I think you've got the material on record to argue. Whether it'll be a good argument or not, we will find out in due course.
Yes. No, Chairperson, I appreciate that. And the line maybe is just too subtle. Let me explain. What Mr. Bezos was busy dealing with here was the statement made at F14, page 25, which I'm going to deal with just now, by the Minister of Police, who says, quote, there must be a good appreciation of the distinction between the need to use maximum force against violent criminals and minimum force in dealing with fellow citizens. That, with the greatest respect, Chair, exactly is the issue I'm dealing with, that both this witness, if it was her original idea, or whoever informed her, if it was not, and this minister who says something like this, labor under the apprehension that maximum force is ever justified.
When the minister comes, you can debate it with
yes.
her. But this witness has said what she meant when she used the expression.
Well,
isn't that where we must leave it for the moment, at least?
Yeah. Well, Chairperson, but that subject, that's why I asked permission to ask that question. That question that I asked is very, very decisive. I asked her whether the statements she made on the merits were as reported by the commanders or were her own ideas. If it was as reported by the commanders, then what her own idea might be, or ex post facto interpretation might be, is, with the greatest respect, irrelevant. The issue is, if she was told by the people who actually killed people, so to speak, that they used maximum force, then it can't be that she might think that maximum force means the same thing as minimum force. That's irrelevant.
Mr. Mpofu, aren't there 2 points?
So,
the first is, there's a passage at page 7277 I want to read you.
77, yes.
Mr. Bezos says, again at line 11, I asked you whether you knew anything about maximum force. You said you knew nothing about it. And my learned friend, never mind the auditor, my learned friend objected that the police never used the words, quote, maximum force, unquote, as part of their defense. And what I'm telling you now is that in your own statement, you used the words, quote, maximum force, unquote, and the objection is therefore not supported by the facts. The question to you is, why did you use the term, quote, maximum force if it's not part and parcel of the police's defense?
Yeah.
The witness said, advocate, I will still go back to what I said, and I think it constitutes my response to you. I've said the police acted in self-defense.
Yeah,
now,
well,
the
what
point
does
I want
that
to
mean?
put to you is this. I can understand when you say, if the police came along and said to her, commanders, we acted we use maximum force. You can ask them about that,
Of course.
and what they meant. But when she repeats that in her statement, she's using the expression as she understands it. She may well have understood it to mean one thing, they may have intended to mean something else. But you're not going to get from her what they meant. All you can get from her is what she understood them to mean and the meaning she attributed to that phrase when she used it. I mean, that must be social. I put to you, I think you've got enough on record to argue the point.
We do.
And whether it's a good point or a bad point, as I say, we'll find out.
Yeah.
So may I suggest to you that you move on to something else? I'm sure you've got a number of other matters you want to...
I do, Chairperson.
apha bekuthethwa ke ngakusetyenziswa kwamazwi asetyenziswa nguminister asetyenziswa ziikomanda asetyenziswa kuthiwa ke ekugqibeleni kuyayiwa ngokuthi umuntu uva ukuthi le nkcazelo
3 minutes to
lithi
until we
isho
get to tea
ukuthini.
time, but if necessary, I'll give you an extra minute. But have you got like an egg, have you got a 3-minute point that you can do?
An egg point, Chairperson. Yes, I think I'm sure I can get one. Okay, let me put it this way. It is just a bridge to the next point. I'm going to argue, subject, of course, to what we've discussed now, that the police, by saying that they use maximum force, they meant maximum force, and that negates the common law defense of self-defense, apart from anything else to do with the prescripts and so on. But now I'm going to deal with you after tea with a separate reason why the self-defense is why we allege that it is baseless, and that is that there was no attack on the police. Once again, I'm sure Mr. Semenya and with the help of the chair will concur that one of the basic requirements for the invocation of self-defense or private defense is that there must be an attack. That's base one. If there's no attack, you can't be, even a non-lawyer would understand that. If there's no attack, there can be a self-defense. But that's the topic.
As I remember it, Chair, I remember it.
Sorry. I think you'll find if you look in the cases, what is required is imminent danger.
Yeah.
There doesn't actually have to be a threat. I suppose there could be an implied threat in circumstances of imminent danger. But what is required is imminent danger, as I understand the law. Sorry, I was interrupting you. Forgive my discourtesy.
No, I was just saying my understanding of that concept is tangentially different from that of Mr. Mpofu, but we don't need to debate it.
Okay. Chairperson,
Bekubekwa apha umhlekazi
we can,
Mpofu
yes, I'll close circuit this by saying the following. Once again, we'll pack that interesting debate to the end. But according to Sneyman, at least, one of the requirements for is an attack or an imminent attack, which the chair but once again, that's not for you. The only point I'm going to debate with you is that there was no attack on the
That
police.
there was no attack.
Uzokuyibeka
I'm
ngolo
not sure
hlobo.
how much light she might have thrown her because she wasn't there. But anyway, we will get there when we get there. Let's take the tea, German.
We will. I'll
Awuyayithini
bear that in
ngoku
mind.
iyawuthetha emva kwetiya le nto?
I need to, if it's not for me, I can be asked questions about it.
Sorry, can I briefly make an announcement about what is planned for tomorrow? We heard last night that the National Commissioner is not available for tomorrow. We don't want to interpose a witness at this stage. We think that the time could profitably be used for a meeting of parties outside a formal sitting of the Commission, where the evidence leaders will present to the parties the product of a fair amount of work that we have been doing on trying to produce a single timeline out of 20 different sources of electronic evidence. What we will be doing is essentially putting forward what we submit is the correct reconciliation of all of these different camera times, so that one can then put together a single electronic chronology from all of these different disparate pieces of electronic evidence. There will be some parties who are not that interested in how we get to our reconciliation, just interested in what the answer is. Those parties are welcome not to attend tomorrow. There will be some parties who are interested in our reasoning. That's what we will explain tomorrow. At a later stage, we will be requiring of all parties who dispute our reasoning to put their disputes on record, so that if there are particular disputes with our time reconciliations, those can be either settled between us or argued out in front of the Commission. That's what we propose to do tomorrow. What it will involve is a fairly lengthy audio-visual presentation. It will take place here because we need the television facility so that everybody can follow what's going on, but it won't be part of a formal sitting of the Commission, and the Commissioners will not be present for it. Obviously, not everybody from all teams needs to be here, but unless teams are not going to take issue with our reconciliation, we would ask that at least one person per team is there so that our reasoning can be communicated to the rest of the team. Well, it's a very large electronic file, and again, we may need people to come with hard drives rather than memory sticks.
Nivile into ebethetha apha kuzoba inhlangano yabameli ezawuba khona kusasa apho bazozama khona okokuba basondeze zonke izinto namanye baveze ukuba baphikisa ngantoni apha bavumelana ngantoni ukuze kungathatha ixesha elide. Kodwa yonke leyo nto izokwenziwa kwi-TV. Abameli bonke bazawuba ne-hard drives apho bazayithatha khona bayokwazi ukuyijonga nasekhaya. Inhlangano ezawuba khona ngomso emva kwekomishoni, u-chairperson nekomishina ziyobe zingekho, kuzobe kungabameli nje bodwa abameli amaqolo ahlukile. Commission is commencing. Yes, Asukmen.
Commission resumes. During the tea adjournment, we had discussions in chambers and there are other discussions thereafter. And I want to announce we will not be sitting tomorrow. What will happen instead, there will be a meeting of the representatives of the parties and the evidence leaders to discuss a very important document that's been prepared by the evidence leaders to reconcile the times on the various video cameras and the times at which various photographs were taken, which will, if agreement can be reached on the correctness of the table, or at least substantial parts of the table, this we believe will substantially shorten the time that will be taken in cross-examination. It is appropriate to do it at this stage because from now on we will have witnesses who were in the field at the time when various events happened. Previously, the case of General Allendale, he was in the dock all the time. So that's where we won't be sitting tomorrow, but the members, the parties' representatives and the evidence leaders will be hard at work discussing the reconciliation that I've mentioned. Those who do not consider it necessary that they be here for that are now given timeless notice so they can arrange their schedules accordingly.
Kunisihlalo ubechaza apha kokuba ngomswayi nawuhlala ikomishoni le kodwa ke uyawuba mkhulu umsebenzi oyoba khona apha kuyawuba khona intlanganiso bendithetha ngayo phakathi kwabameli bonke bapho bazojonga khona zonke iividiyo ezibathethe bavumelane ngamaxesha apho ezi zinto zenzeka khona yenzelwa le nto ngoba amangqina azawulandela ngoku ngabo babe khona apho kokwenza khona isehlakalo esi xa bengavumelana ngamaxesha ukuba esi sehlakalo senza ngexesha elithize kuyokonga isikhathi esizawuthathwa ekubuzeni kwemibuzo abo bangenasidingo sokuba babe khona ngomso bazawukhululwa ukuba bangabikho.
You look as if you wish to say something.
Chair, thank you very much. That means we will have a representative here tomorrow, but I, for example, don't intend to be here. I take it in due course we'll be informed where we go on, at what time, where, on Monday, if we do.
I'm hoping to be able to say something after the lunch adjournment. One of the reasons for the time spent over the tea adjournment was attempts to establish contact with the minister, who's busy at a public function in Durban at the moment, opening a new courthouse or courtroom. So I wasn't able to speak to him, but I will speak to him, and before we resume after lunch, and I will then be able to give the information that you request. Whether we will be carrying on, and if so, where.
uzobe engekho yena ngomso kodwa kuyobe khona omnye uzobe emmele kodwa becela okokuba sazise ukuba ngomsombuluko siyawuqala phina nini kanjani uthi umgcinisihlalo ubethetha ngokuqiwe etiyeni ezama ukuthetha nomphathiswa akakwazanga ukumfumana kodwa yathemba ukuba ngexesha lelantshi uzokuba nethuba lokuthetha naye kuzawuthi ke emva koko abese enza isaziso apha.
Chairperson, for what it's worth, in the same vein, I suggested to the evidence leaders that the meeting of the parties should take place at the new venue on Monday. We are still trying to ascertain whether the other important people who need to be there will be available.
Well, the idea, as I understand it, is it's not expected they will get an admission. If the hope is to get an admission that their table reconciliation is correct. Yeah. As I understand, they don't expect necessarily to get the admission tomorrow, but they want an opportunity to explain it to the parties.
No, Chair. I'm talking about the meeting about curtailing cross-examination. Yes. I was just...
I didn't mention that because I understand that that's not going to take place tomorrow.
We're targeting to have it at the venue on Monday.
The hope was that it could be done tomorrow, but a number of the important actors won't be there.
Yes.
Won't be here tomorrow. The idea is to have it here, but the commission itself won't be sitting. But the equipment and so on is here. But that meeting will take place, and I'm pleased to hear it will take place on Monday. I hope that it won't eat into the commission sitting time.
We'll try, Chair.
National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, I believe you still have some arrows in your quiver.
You believe correctly, Chairperson. Commissioner, before we go into this issue about the attack and so on, which I promise you I'm not going to spend a long time on, because as it was correctly pointed out, is you are not there. But I'm going to ask you a few questions just to situate what your understanding was. Just, is it correct that your understanding or what you were told was that the three principal aims of the operation were to disperse, disarm, and arrest the protesters?
Kunjalo njengoba ndazo
constant refrain that we get in.
Ubungeko phaya general kodwa ke injongo zalento kwaku ukuhanqa ababantu bahanqe bohlukaniswe babanje.
Yes, in part, but also I think the whole operation was about to bring stability in Marikana.
Enye yezinjongo leyo kodwa ke injongo yayo yonke le commission kwakukuletha uzinzo kuyo yonke indawo yaseMarikana.
And was it also your understanding that the disarm part of the operation was intended to be done, if possible, there, but in terms of phase 6, it could also have been done in the hostels at a later stage?
Kunjalo kokuba abantu babazawuthathela izixhobo abanye khona apho kodwa ke abanye babazawuya kwakuzawuyiwa nasekuhlaleni apho bezawuthathela khona izixhobo zabo ematyotyombeni.
Sorry, when I say phase 6, I mean phase 6 of the plan.
Phaya ekugqibeleni kwale plan.
As I've said, I know that there was disarming, there was dispersing, there was arresting. So those details, I'm sure the operational people can assist you more with those.
Njengoba nitshilo kokuba kwakuyiyo iplan okokuba mabathathele izixhobo bahlukanise phakathi baboshe kodwa ke abantu abazakwazi ukuchaza loo nto ngabo babelapho.
Well, look, I can accept that you did not know the intricate details, but surely you knew the bare bones of the plan. The various stages. You had been briefed about that, surely.
Ndiyethemba okokuba nombungekho apho bakuxelela ngokuba ngawapha amagxatha ayawuthathwa kule plan lena ukuze ifezwe.
I'm comfortable in saying I know that they were going to disarm and they used various methods, going to the houses, going to the mountains. So I'm sure those details can be given, as I say.
Ndiyayazi into kokuba babazawuthathela izixhobo kodwa kuzawuyiwa entabeni naphina ngabo abo bazokwazi ukuyichaza kabanzi loo nto.
Okay, let me put it this way. You can't dispute that phase 6 of the plan that was outlined by Lieutenant Colonel Scott was that, if necessary, the disarmament of the people would happen at a later stage in the hostels and the residential areas.
Awuna kuyikhanyela ke into yokuba igxathu lokugqibela phase 6 elalibhalwe nguColonel Scott ukuthi babazawuya nasekuhlaleni bayobasearcha kuthatha izixhobo zabo.
I don't think it's necessary to dispute or accept, but I'm saying to you, Colonel Scott and many other people will explain those nitty-gritty details. You're taking me to nitty-gritty details, which I don't think helps the situation. I can't
boni
agree on those.
Kukho isidingo sokuba ndiyikhanyele kanti ndivumele nto ngoba Colonel Scott unabanye bazokwazi ukuyichaza loo nto kabanzi.
Okay, well, also don't want to debate nitty-gritties with you. I'm going to put it to you that it's common cause in this matter that the last phase of the operation by Colonel Scott, which must have been discussed with you, involved disarming people at their places of residences. There's no dispute over that.
Andithanda ukuba siphikisane kodwa ke inyathelo lokugqibela lalibhalwe nguColonel Scott kwakuthi aba bantu bazaya kuthathela izixhobo zabo apho behlala khona ekuhlaleni.
Maybe it's also the words you're using. I've never disputed that. I've just said those details can be clearly confirmed by those who are in cooperation. I'm aware that certain things took place.
Andiyikhanyelanga loo nto, into endiyishilo nje ukuba ngabo babekhona apho bazokwazi ukuchaza leyo nto kabanzi. Ndaxelelwa ngezo zinyathelo.
In any event, the issue is the objective of the dispersal of the people from the mountain. By the time the first, let me say, by the time the first shot was fired at scene 1, the people had already dispersed from the mountain. Can you dispute that?
Awunakuyikhanyela into yokokuba kuthe xa kulila imvumbulo yokuqala phaya ubuninzi babantu phaya entabeni bese bemkile bazisukile.
Chair, is this reference to sharp ammunition or to rubber?
Umhlekazi uthetha ngembumbulu zensimbi ikanene kuthetha ngeziya zeraba xa ziqhuma.
Mr. Mpofu, you hear Mr. Semeni's
Yes,
question?
no, it's a fair question, Chairperson. Yeah, I'm referring to live ammunition.
Uthetha ngokuqhuma kwembumbulu zensimbi.
My answer to you is that I was not on the scene.
Impendulo yami kuba ndandingekho apho mhlekazi.
No.
And I'm not able to answer that. I don't know.
Ngakho ke andikwazi ukuba ndingaphendula lo mbuzo.
And therefore you can't dispute the fact that by the time the first live ammunition shot was fired, people had already dispersed from the copies.
Awunakuyikhanyela ke intetho xa ndiyibeka
Neither
kuwo
can I agree. You know, I can't dispute, I can agree. I don't know.
mhlawumbe ndingavuma kanene
That's enough.
ndikhanyele andiyazi.
Good. Now, that would then, if the people had dispersed and they could be disarmed later, of the three things that we mentioned, it would leave the outstanding objective, the arrest of the people, correct?
Ngoku xa abantu bebakwazi ukuba bahlukaniswe njengoba behlukene njena into yayisayisele okokuba bayothathelwa izixhobo emva koko kusalele leyo kugqibela abazobanjwa kunjalo.
I think with the roots of the question not being able to be answered, I'm unable to answer you on that one also.
Njengoba ningakwazanga ukuphendula lo mbuzo gqibela onbuze wona nalona nakwazi ukuphendula.
All right, I'll try only once. I'm saying to you, if you and I agree that there were three principal objectives: disperse, disarm, arrest, and you cannot dispute that the disarmament was...
So there were three: disperse, disarm, arrest.
Yes.
You've dealt with the disperse part.
Yes.
And
the disarm.
The disarm part, so all that is left is the arrest part.
That's all I'm saying.
In
other words, General, I'm saying if you can't dispute that the disarmament could happen later and the dispersal could have been achieved by the time the first live round was shot, then the only outstanding issue would have been the arrest. It's that simple.
Chair, can I invite my learned colleague to accept that the witness was not on the scene? She was not going to be part of the operational application of that plan. These questions can best be answered, and the witness has told us repeatedly, by those who were on the scene.
Ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uSiminya kokuba uphinde kaninzi ugeneral kokuba bendingekho apho lo mbuzo uyakwazi ukuphenduleka uphendule ngabo babekhona xa kwenzeka esehlakala.
Chairperson, with respect, my answer is simply this. There is evidence that, or at least a suggestion in the minutes, that this witness was told that stage 3 of the plan would be implemented. So I'm entitled to assume that she had a functional, and otherwise she would have said stage 3 of what? So that's why I said to her, I accept that she didn't know what she calls the nitty-gritties. That I'm prepared to accept. But all I'm saying is that instead of making
assumptions about what she knew, didn't know, why don't you ask her what she knew, didn't know, and then based on what she says she knew, you can ask further questions.
Yeah, okay.
And if she runs up the flag of nescience, well, then you may have to retreat.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chairperson. When you were told, am I correct in assuming that when you were told that stage 3 of the plan, I think you even referred like that in your statement, but don't hold me to that, that stage 3 of the plan was now being implemented, surely you had a functional understanding of stage 3 of what? Of how many stages? As I say, I accept that you wouldn't have known what you call the nitty-gritty and the commas and so on of the plan. But surely you knew the broad framework. Otherwise, you would have, if someone came to say stage 3, you would have said what is that?
Ndiyayamkela into yokuba ubongenalo ulwazi layo yonke into ibizokwenzeka nokuba iyokwenzeka kanjani, kodwa ke ubusazi xa bethetha ngokuthi kuyawuthatha ngoku isinyathelo esisesithathu, ubusazi ukuba ukuchazwa ntoni ngaloo nto.
You're right, advocate, that I know the broad framework, but you then start talking about when the first shot was fired and people had left the mountain. I won't know that. I know the broad framework.
Kunjalo mhlekazi, ndiyayazi okokuba yayibhalwe kanjani yonke lento kuba kuyenzeka ntoni, kodwa ke xa sundibuza ngokuba xa kuqhuma imbumbulo yokuqala apho bendingekho khona andinakwazi ukuba ndiyiphendule into enjengaleyo.
Thank you. That's good. At least we can start somewhere. And in terms of the broad framework, I was saying to you, that's why I'm leaving it at the high level. I'm saying to you, the broad objectives are disperse, disarm, and arrest. So you don't have to know the nitty-gritties of the plan, and you and I have agreed that those were the broad objectives. All I'm saying now is that those broad objectives, two of them, one of them had been achieved in the sense that the people were no longer at the copy, and the other could have been achieved later, and that leaves the third one. I mean, what's so difficult about that?
Njengoba nditsho nje okokuba ewe ndiyazi okokuba ubungewazi ukuba kwenzeka ntoni nantoni kodwa ubuyazi injongo yayo yonke lento okokuba ihlukanise kathathu, kuyaba khona apha bayawuhlakazwa khona aba bantu, kube khona bayothathela khona izixhobo ukube apha babanjwa khona. Ngoku leyo kuqala yokuhlukanisa ibe seyiphumelele.
We've agreed on the broad framework, and that's what I understood. Now you are telling me about people being on the copy, not being on the copy. I was not there. I'm not able to answer you on that one.
Sivumelene okokuba bendilazi icebo luba ulisebenza liyokwenziwa ntoni nantoni, kodwa usunibuza ngezinto ezenzeke apho entabeni apho bendingekhoyo.
Okay, I'll move on. You know that I said you must assume that the people were not there, and I said assume that stage 6 said they'll be arrested. You know that, but so it's got nothing to do with whether you were there or not. Did you also know that part of the objective was that, or rather, that the operation was principally aimed at protesters that refused to leave, would be searched on the copy? Did you know that?
Buyazi into yokokuba abo bazokwala ukuzihambela bona ngokwabo ngabo bebazawusearcha khona pha entabeni.
I do not know that.
Okay.
Bendingakwazi lokho.
Did you also know, and this is from EE, did you know that if the protesters refused to voluntarily lay down their weapons and leave the copy, stage 3 of the operation would be implemented as a last report? In other words, there are two requirements. They must refuse to voluntarily leave, to lay down their copy, and to leave the copy. Did you know this? This is on page 1, Chair, of EE.
I know that the protesters needed to be disarmed, so therefore they needed to leave whatever they had, because the law requires that they can protest, they can march in any form and manner, but not being armed. So that would be right to say they should leave their arms and go wherever they are wanting to go and disperse.
into ebendiyazileyo mhlekazi okokuba kwakujonga okokuba abaqhankqalazi basuke apho bazihambele bona ngoba bashiye nezixhobo zabo apho ngoba ngokomthetho bavunyelwa okokuba bangaqhankqalaza benze yonke into bahambe apho kodwa ke umthetho uthi bangaxhomanga.
Yes, okay. The evidence that we have at this stage admittedly does not deal with the issue of the voluntary laying down of weapons because nobody asked them to do that. But the evidence that we have, at least from Mr. Magidwana, is that when the people were shot, that's exactly what they were doing, which was to leave the copy and go to Nkaneng.
Ubungqina esinabo okubuvela kumfo kaMagidwana bubo obo obuthi kwakanye ngelixesha besuka apho besiya eNkaneng xa bezawudutshulwa.
Chair, the witness does not have information which is being sought from her.
Well,
Elingqina alinabo obo ngqina aliyazi loo nto.
that's exactly why I'm giving that information to the witness, Chair, because I don't expect that she was here when Mr. Magidwana was testifying.
Mhlekazi uyayiqonda le nto belingekho elingqina xa uMagidwana engqina apha yikho nje ndilixelela ukuba wathini uMagidwana.
I'm sure the other generals and commanders that are coming here will respond to that evidence because they were there.
Ezinye generals ezizawuza apha neekomanda zizo ezizokwazi ukuba ziphendule lo mbuzo ngoba zazikhoyo apho.
No, ma'am. There are no generals who can respond to that evidence because it was not disputed. I'm saying to you that Mr. Magidwana testified undisputed that Mr. Noki said to them, let us go to the residence, let us walk and not run because we have done nothing wrong, and that's exactly what they did, and the rest of the people also left the copy. That's undisputed, so there's no general...
No, Mr. Porter, that's not entirely correct. Of course, it was not suggested that any police person was within earshot and heard what was said.
Yeah.
But what was the subject of a quite lengthy cross-examination by Mr. Ngulwana, who appeared to cross-examine on behalf of the police, was that it was not correct that they were just walking peacefully back to their residences. And there's a whole argument about the paths they followed and the path they would have followed if they were going to do that. And he suggested, as I remember it, that effectively, essentially, what was happening was that there was an attack on the police, was contemplated. Whether that's correct or not, of course, is a matter we'll have to decide. But certainly that, as I recall it, was the thrust of the cross-examination. So it's not correct to say that it was not disputed. It's true, it was not disputed in the sense that it was not suggested that there would be direct evidence contradicting it. But from a circumstantial point of view, there was quite a lengthy cross-examination on the point. So I don't think it's correct to say it wasn't disputed.
Well,
but I don't know that you need the fact that it wasn't disputed. I mean, for the purposes of the point that you're making with the witness.
Yes, no, Chairperson, I appreciate and I agree with the Chairperson at that broader level. All I was putting was simply that a witness came here and said, Mr. Noki said this to us, and we followed, and that was certainly not disputed.
Possible for the cross-examiner to dispute it, but the point is that's the evidence he gave, certainly, and if that evidence is accepted, well then things will follow, won't they?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Obobungqina uMagidwana okokuba uNoki wathi masihambeni singabaleka senza nganto sona nganto base besuka behamba uthi kumhlekazi uMpofu abuzange bukhanyele obobungqina uChairperson uthi wabuzwa imibuzo emininzi apho nalentetho eyathethwa nguNoki kwangekho polisa lalifuphi nabo elayiva xa ethe.
Yes, and General, to be fair to you, the only issue that I'm conversing with you, the Chairperson is right, and so is Mr. Smenya. Whether the thing was disputed and so on is a matter that will be dealt with later. But look at it from this point of view. If that evidence is accepted, that Noki said, let's walk, and they walked as a result of that, whether it's because it was not disputed or because I argue later that it should be accepted and I somehow succeed, don't worry about the reason for why it might be accepted. The only issue, really, I wanted to say to you is that if that evidence is so, then at least one of these two conjoined prerequisites, that the one of voluntarily lay down the arms will put aside and leave the copy, that would have been achieved by the time they were shot at.
Into ke mandibeke ngolhlobo kokuba obubungqina bukaMagidwane noma biyamukela noma bemukeleki ndiza kuyiveza ke kwintetho mpikiswano lento kodwa ndithi xa bumi ubungqina bakhe okokuba basebehamba ngelo xesha abanye sebehlukene
Sorry.
injongo yokuqala yaseyifezekile ukuba
I want you to repeat
bahlukane.
that question because I'm not sure I understand it.
Okay, I'll break it down. There were two, according to the fourth bullet on EE, there are two things that would precipitate stage 3. If A, the protesters refuse to leave voluntarily, lay down their arms, and B, they refuse to leave the copy.
Kuthiwa abaqhankqalazi xa bebangavumanga ukuba babeke izixhobo zabo phansi bala nokusuka apho kwendunduma apha entabeni.
Now, all I'm saying is the issue of the voluntary laying down of the copy is, well, according to Magidwane, at least, nobody asked them to do that, but that doesn't concern this witness. I can't canvass that with her because it's a matter that will deal with colleagues and the people about whether they were told to lay down their arms. So I'm not dealing with that. But I'm saying as far as B is concerned, as far as if they refuse to leave the copy, that was not fulfilled because Magidwane says they left at the instruction of Noki and as I said earlier, by the time they were killed, there was no one at the copy. So leaving the copy, there's no doubt that condition was not fulfilled.
Uthike into yesibini leyo ukuthi basuke apho entabeni leyo ke uthi ayikwazi ukuba ngoba uMagidwane uthethile ukuba xa kuqhuma umpu basebesukile bangase.
In a way, it's the same point as whether they were dispersed. They had dispersed. You can either use the word had they dispersed, or you can use the word left the copy.
What to say to me before he does? I'm not sure the question is correct.
SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader.
What appears to
Afternoon, Bongi. Thanks. Government condemns
is that stage 3 would not happen if two things occurred: weapons laid down and people leave. The mere fact that they leave isn't enough to stop the implementation of stage 3. They've got to lay down their weapons as well. Now it's quite clear they didn't lay down their weapons. It's quite clear that they weren't actually on the copy, but that doesn't matter. Those who were in front of the copy, the area in front of the copy, moved forward or sideways, but they moved, carrying their weapons. So the two requisites for the non-implementation of stage 3 were not present because they had their weapons and they were marching forward with their weapons. So the premise on which you put the question, prima facie, seems to me to be incorrect.
Yeah.
But perhaps before you deal with it, if Mr. Berger's got another point he wants to raise,
well,
maybe you can deal with his point as well.
Maybe if I deal with yours, Chair, it might not be necessary.
No, don't preempt.
Okay.
I don't know if you can read his mind. Let's hear what he wants to say.
He wants to talk.
Chair, this is not a dispute involving my client, so I simply raise it in the context of the preciousness of time. I wanted to object on two bases. First is, the question is logically incoherent, but that's the point you've put to my learned friend, and I think he understands it now. But secondly, it's quite irrelevant what this witness thinks of whether one or two conditions had been met. She wasn't there. She asked us to ask the generals who come to have this debate. We've now, since tea time, explored a point going nowhere because the witness was not on the scene. And I look to you for guidance now, Chair, to give me a ruling on the relevance of this. It's no good to reformulate this question. It's going nowhere. I object to it, and I request a ruling, please.
Okay, 2 points, Chair. The the mere fact that you, Chair, were able to in a way, see what I mean by the conjoint points, which I will address, means that the question is not logically incoherent. It might be incoherent to Mr. Phiyega because of his own capacities. But the issue...
that kind of comment doesn't lower the temperature, it raises.
Well, that comment doesn't.
Let's concentrate on the merits.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on the ball.
Thank you, Chair.
And it may get into the net, otherwise it certainly won't.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, I would appreciate if the Chair then intervenes when comments like that are made about our logicalities. Okay. Now, the next point, Chair, is, and I don't know how many times I must say this to Mr. Phiyega. This witness...
Just talk to me.
Yes. This witness is the National Commissioner of Police. We all know she was not there. But I do not, for the life of me, understand how I can be disentitled from saying to her, there was an operation. Whether I'm right or wrong in the flow, as the Chair has pointed out, I'll address later. That there was an operation. ABC was supposed to happen to trigger the operation. A, B, happened, and C did not happen. Surely, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, if somebody who's the National Commissioner cannot say to you, to the Chair, or to the world, well, in that case, whatever he or she has to say. So relevance is beyond doubt. The question really is what.
I understand the relevance. She says I wasn't there. There were commanders on the field who were. You can deal with them, raise this point with them. I can't throw any light on the point one way or the other. I can only tell you maybe what people told me, but even there it seems that you can't even do that. So aren't we really dealing with questions that are, we raised this point before. Part of the problem with the Commission is that the strict rules of hearsay don't apply. But there comes a time when the underlying sense behind the rules of hearsay operates. Whatever she says on this point, how's it going to help us? Even though she's the National Commissioner.
No, I'm afraid, Chair.
Anyway, I don't understand the relevance. Please
let me
take me through it gently.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. All I'm saying is this. Any commander, surely, will think I'm out of my mind if I'm going to say to him, when that commander was in charge of a particular portion of the operation, then I said to him, look, the disarmament had happened. He said, so what? I was told by my superior to shoot or whatever. Okay, let's not, to spray tear gas. Let's keep it at the low level. So I'm asking a leadership question. This is what is not being understood. I'm saying from a leader of the police who knew that there were three principal objectives. If one of them was not fulfilled, would he or she, that leader, endorse the resultant killing of people which may have happened when the requirements for such killing, if they is ever justified, did not exist? If it's not relevant, I'll move on to something else. But
I'm afraid I can't understand the relevance, but I want to say this to you, Mr. Mpofu, that obviously you can raise, I'm not going to stop you raising these points with the appropriate witnesses. I'm not prejudicing your clients in that way. I'm not prejudicing them at all, because I'm simply ruling that this is not relevant. So you don't have to address the other points because it falls away. May I suggest you move on to the next one?
Right. Now let's go to, all right, let me tell you that the other evidence, which is okay, the other evidence is that one of the people who were shot at with live ammunition at least 7 or 8 times was approaching the path that I had referred to you before, and was only carrying a stick. In the middle of that stick,
It sounds to me as if you're going on onto another irrelevant point. The same point applies. This witness wasn't there. She doesn't know whether your client only had a stick. And she does, whatever comment she may make on the assumption that he did have a stick isn't going to help us to answer any of the questions raised in the terms of reference.
Okay.
So, prima facie, I think that's irrelevant as well, unless you can wish to say something.
Well,
Covered essentially by the basis of the previous ruling I gave.
Well, Chairperson, okay, the only issue I want to register before moving on is that, once again, when these issues were canvassed with these witnesses, including this witness and Allandale, both of whom were not General Allandale, both of whom, it is common cause, were not present over 4 days and other days. These objections were not raised. That's all I'm saying.
No, all right. And we'll be more alert to raise those objections next time Mr. Semenya tries to lead evidence of that kind.
Yeah.
But certainly, or whoever leads the other witnesses.
Yeah.
But you cannot be prejudiced by not dealing with the evidence led in chief on these matters and led from this witness.
Yeah.
Because you can take the stance that I suggest you do,
yes,
that the witness doesn't know anything about it. There's no point in asking the witness questions on it, and therefore no adverse inference can be drawn against your client, and you're not prejudiced.
Yeah.
You adopt that attitude, you'll be safe.
I will. Thank you, Chairperson. If a matter is raised in chief, the cross-examination almost naturally follows, but I accept the ruling, Chairperson.
Uthi uzakuyeka apho ke umhlekazi uMpofu uzawubuza le mibuzo kwabo babekhona kuloo ndawo.
I was going to say I've never really dealt with Magidiwana with a witness and whether Magidiwana was carrying a stick or not. And these are still operational matters better handled by those who are on the scene.
I've accepted that.
I've given a ruling in which not prejudicial to your client on this point, so I suggest we move on.
And I've accepted the ruling, Chairperson.
Ndiyamkele ke mhlekazi leyo eso sigqibo sakho.
Are you aware that one of the key aspects of the plan was that the use of force should be given either for the purposes of self-defense or on command when the plan was unveiled to you?
Waxelela okokuba ukusetshenziswa kwamandla apha kuzawuphuma
Chair, I don't understand.
ngemiyalelo command.
Don't understand that question.
Uthi umhlekazi uSimnya ucacanga ndombuzo kuba ubuza ntoni.
Okay. I can't simplify it any further, but I'll just repeat it. When the plan was unveiled to you or described to you, or even discussed with you after the incident, were you informed that everyone had been told, everyone, including all the 700 or 800 policemen, that the use of force would either be in self-defense or on command?
Abekuxelela ngeplan le bakuxelela na general okokuba kwakubekiwe apho wonke umuntu exelela okokuba akunawusetshenziswa amandla phaya ngaphandle kokuthi kukho umyalelo ophuma yicommand noma ke xa kukho isidingo sokuba nezikhusele.
Let me ask a question. You're saying the plan when?
When you were told about the plan, were you told that the police, the members of the service who were there at the time were told, as part of their briefing before the operation commenced, that they could only shoot either in self-defense, I think he means private or self-defense, or on command. Were you told that?
No,
That's the question.
I don't remember having that discussion.
Andikhumbuli kubakho into enjengaleyo.
Thank you. I was using the words of the presentation, Chair. It only said self-defense, but I accept that it must have meant, it must have also meant private defense. Yeah.
Slide 182 actually says private defense, but let's not waste any drops in the bucket on that one. Let's move on.
Yeah, that's ex post facto. I'm talking about the slides that were given to the police before the 16th. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Would you from the footage that we showed you in on which came from triple E? I think it's triple E16. You remember the footage about dragging of people and all that? I want to ask you here something different on the same footage.
Sakhumbula xa uboniswa umfanekiso lo i16 sabuza umbuzo mayelana naloo nto.
Or maybe I should preface it by saying, are you aware that the use of lethal force is something that should be avoided and only done as a last resort, or at least that the police intended to do it that way?
Mandubuza ngolo hlobo lo mbuzo kuba unolwazi nawo okokuba ukusebenziswa kwemipu le ibulalayo embumbulu ezentsimbi into efanele isebenzise ekugqibela xa kukho isidingo isinyanzelelo esiba isetshenziswe.
I thought I've already answered you on that one earlier on when you asked the same question.
Ndike ndawuphendula lo mbuzo ubuze wona lo mbuzo ndawuphendula.
Yeah, well, it means I've forgotten. Can you answer it again?
Mhlambe ndulibele khawuphendule futhi.
I am aware, but I've also said to you that it depends on the circumstances.
Ndiye ndathi kuwe kuyawuya ngemeko abazifumana bakuyo.
In other words, there are circumstances where the use of lethal force should not be avoided and not used as the last resort.
You have read the policy to me this morning, and that policy gives you the continue. And I think I'm giving you the answer in the context of that.
Ipolisi namhlanje ndachazela ukuba ipolisi ibeka kanjani ndiyifunda apha ndichazela ngayo.
Okay, again, I'll try once more. It is either the use of force must be avoided at all costs, underline, and be used as a last resort, full stop. Or it must be used, avoided at all costs, and as a last resort, depending on the circumstances. If it depends on the circumstances, then it means that there are circumstances conceivable where it should not be avoided or used as a last resort. Is that your answer?
Umbuzo kaMhlekazi uMpofu uthi apha ekuzikhuseleni kanye nokukhusela abanye oxa bakho xa kukho isidingo kukhona apho kungekho sidingo sokuba ingasetshenziswa imibhulena imbumbulo ezenzimbi apho kunokwazi okokuba kuthitshele ukusetshenziswa kwazo.
My response to you again would go back to say I am comfortable with the articulation of the use of force as outlined in that policy. That's the only, prescripts that are there for us, as well as the prescripts that we are having, and circumstances play an important role.
Mandithi ke mna yamkela into ebhalwe phaya kwimimiselo okokuba ibekiwe okokuba ingasetshenziswa xa imeko zinjani nako okokuba kuyawuya ngaleyo meko umuntu ezifumana kuyo okokuba kufanele asebenzise oluphi uhlobo.
Okay, well, I put it to you that the prescripts as they stand, and even the common law, demands that the use of force in these circumstances should be avoided, and that it should be almost the only means that could be used, and that the prescripts at least do not say anything about the circumstances. But that's I'm in the process of doing that. I'm not putting the question again. I'm giving up and moving on.
Uthike ngaphansi kwemimiselo lana bekadifunda lana ibeka ngokucacileyo yona kokuba akunawusetshenziswa amandla achithisileyo noma kuyiphi imeko ngaphandle kokuthi ke umthetho wona uyatsho kokuba engasebenziswa kuye ngaleyo meko umuntu ezifumana ekuyo ngelo xesha.
Do you remember that you said that you endorsed the plan in Midrand?
Uyakhumbula kokuba uthi wavumelana nalo elicebo iplan lena pha eMidrand?
I did not say I endorsed the plan. I said we endorsed what the provincial commissioner told us they were going to do, to disarm, to encircle and disperse. And when you talk about the plan, if you're referring to those 3 issues, which is what she articulated to us, yes, because the plan is something else as I understand it, unless we are not talking about the same thing.
Phezu kwazo ngoku ndivumela nawe kodwa ke xa uthetha ngeplan yonke uthetha ngento eyohlukileyo.
Did you say, I'm reading from page 7447, against the lines 9 to 16? Yes, I was aware because I said on our morning of the 15th, I did say that we endorsed her plan to go out to encircle, disperse, and ensure that those protesters are disarmed. That was known, and so on. That was known. The tactical and operational. That was known. The tactical and operational plans were left to the province, but we knew that we needed to collect the arms. Blah blah blah. Did you use the words that you endorsed her plan? I mean, I'm not interested as to who she is now.
Perhaps those who are assisting you with documents can show you that passage in your evidence. It was read to you, but it's easier to follow on the printed page, I think.
Yeah.
Mr. Pretorius, we've got our copy open, so if Mr. Pretorius can hand it to you, you can see it.
General.
I think yesterday I responded to almost a similar we, us, his. And I'd like to clarify it again. Okay. General Mbombo is the hair that is being referred to there. And it can never be her plan. She is a leader. She is working with an entire team. Whatever plan that we are talking about here, and that is clearly qualified there, we're not talking about this big plan. We were talking about what she was sharing with us there, that their plan is to go out and encircle, disarm, and disperse the crowd. It is clearly qualified in this paragraph.
oyinkokheli
And that's
ephethe
what
apha.
is meant there.
Ubethetha ke ngento ebayicebile okokuba bazawusuka apho bathi licebo lakhe ke elindithetha ngalo xa ndithi he.
So, once again, that means you did not know the plan, or what is colloquially and maybe wrongly referred to as the Scots plan, even in its rudimentary form, in the sense that it had 6 phases and stages, and stage 1 was this, stage 2 was this, and stage 3. You didn't know that plan.
I was not talking about those things.
Bendingathethi ngalo zonto. Xa uthetha apha ngeplan le bizwa ngokuba uScott ene-stages ntathu nama.
Yes, no, I accept that, but I'm saying, did you or did you not know the what I've just described as the Scots plan?
On the 15th, I did not know.
15 I didn't know.
When did you know it for the first time?
I have said in this gathering,
Je
that
apha
operations is left to those who do operations. It is their plan, and I got to know about it when we were debriefing and looking at all those things and reviewing and assessing.
kwakungumsebenzi owenziwa lelo qela
And
lakhe
when
apho.
we were doing, it's post-event.
Yes.
Ndiye ndeva ke mna apho sekwenziwa le ngxelo ke imxelo ukuba kwenziwe ntoni nantoni.
Good. So you only knew about that plan post the event. So if anyone before the event said to you, we're going to implement stage 3, it would have been gobbledygook.
It couldn't be, because I've qualified it in that statement. And even in my statement of the 15th, the minute of our record deals with it.
Hayi ukuthi bendazi emva kokuba yenzekele lento ngale plan ngoba kuyintetho yami yange-15 iyavela lento apha ndithetha khona ngeli cala.
No, I'm sorry. I'll have to try once more. I'm saying to you, if your answer is correct, that you knew the broad framework of the Scots plan post the event, as you put it.
No, I
Then-
didn't say that.
Well, you did. But then the question, or rather, if anyone then said to you pre the event, which is on the 15th or before 3:30 on the 16th, that we are going to implement stage 3 of the plan, that would be meaningless gobbledygook.
Xa bekukho umuntu obethe phambi kwexesha lika-3:30 weza kuwe wathi singena ngokwinyathelo lesithathu ubungenakwazi ukuba uthetha ngantoni.
Advocate Mpofu, I think I've answered on that one. And I am saying to you, if you go and look at the minutes that we submitted to this commission around the disarming, dispersing, and all those things, that I knew. You're asking me about phase 6 and all those, and I'm saying to you, I don't know about those phase 6 things. They were sitting in the main plan. In terms of this one and the passage that has just been read, I'm articulate in saying I knew that General Mbombo and her team, one of their broad framework that they were going to address is to do what you've just read. So to say it was cuckoos and not known, look, that's your own
Lento
interpretation,
kuba
not mine.
bendingayazi lento njengoba usitsho nde-222 andiyazi leyo. Ngoba xa ujonga uklebhu lethu apho siye sachaza khona lento, ndiyitshilo okokuba yayithethiwe lento kokuba kuyohlazwa aba bantu bamthathela izixhobo baboshwe. Phambi kokuba yenzeke lento apho ndithetha khona ngeplan kaGeneral Mbombo bendichaza into ebesendiyazi. Ndingazi ke ezi phase uthetha ngazo kokuba kuyokwenziwa ntoni nantoni ezo nditshilo bandla.
And maybe just to add to say, whether they were going to deploy 7 water cannons, use so many hand grenades as type of hand grenades as part of the plan, I wouldn't know those things.
Ukuthi kuyosetshenziswa ke i-water cannons ezibangaki isixhenxe kanene kuyosetshenziswa i-hand grenades ezingaki nayo ke into bendingeke ndiyazi.
And I've answered you on the broad framework.
Ndiye ndaphendula mna kuhlelo nje lonke olu njengoba lalibekiwe.
I think the point that the Council is concerned with is the expression stage 3. Does that mean at the time, or not what happened afterwards? At the time, would the expression stage 3 of the plan have meant anything to you?
Yes.
What would it have meant?
It would have been to go there, to encircle, to disarm, and to arrest those that were not complying, and to disperse those that needed to be dispersed.
Ubuza nguchairperson xa bethetha ngokuba siyawuthatha inyathelo lesithathu ngoku bowuzawuba nokwazi na ukuba kuthiwa ntoni uthi behazi inyathelo lesithathu kwakuhlukanisa aba bantu bathathele izixhobo baboshwe abo bangavumeli ukwenza imiyalelo njengoba bexelele.
General, do you expect the Commission to believe that you knew before the shootings what stage 3 entailed, which you've just described now?
Ufuna General by Commission recorded okokuba ubusazi phambi kokuba budutyulwe phaya okokuba elinyathelo lesithathu belichaza ntoni.
But you did not know until post the event, as you say, that this was stage 3 preceded by stage 1 and 2 and succeeded by other stages. In other words, you just knew about stage 3 in the air, in vacuum, as lawyers would say.
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you saying...
I try to help you. I think there are two legs to it. The first is, if one talks about stage 3, that implies there must be a stage 1 and a stage 2. So he wants to know, did you know what stage 1 and stage 2 involved? That's the first part of the question. When you answer that, we can get on to the second half.
Kamhlekazi uMpofu okokuba xa kuthiwa kuyawuthatha inyathelo lesithathu kusho ukuba kubekwe kwabakho elesibini nelokuqala because uba uyalazi na elokuqala nesibili kwakuyintoni.
I know that stage 3 is what I've just, or the stages that I have just explained involved what? There were negotiations, there were plans to encircle, disarm, and disperse the crowds. That's the broad plan that I understood.
Kwabakho uthethathethwano kwabakho into yokokuba bazawurhanqwa baboshwe ababantu kwakuzi stage ezo zilandelana.
So did you understand the two preceding stages, 1 and 2, to essentially involve negotiations?
I also knew that there were negotiations because I knew that the team had been negotiating since the 10th.
Now, the second half of Mr. Mpofu's question is, did you know that after stage 3, there were some more stages, 4, 5, and 6?
I have said no, Judge.
I think that sorts out
apho bendingazi okokuba emva kweli lesithathu kuyaba khona elilandelayo lesine nelesihlanu nelesithandathu.
Before, I don't know how I got distracted, but I was referring you to the video that we watched, I think on Thursday, and I was going to put something completely different, not those issues about dragging of people and all that. Do you remember in that footage the discussion that we had about, or rather, do you remember seeing the TRT members advancing towards a particular position? Some were running, some were walking, so I'm not there. We dealt with that last week. But do you remember them advancing towards the same point, as it were?
For
the cause of basic line and what have you.
Xa kuthethwa ngelayini phaya ebona amapolisa lawe TRT lawa maberete esiza kanje ngaphambili amanye baleka esithi uyayikhumbula lonto.
We've seen a lot of footage. I will wait for your question.
Sibone imifanekiso emininzi
apha. Well, you don't think that's a question?
No,
I'm saying, do you remember seeing what I've just described to you, or don't you remember? That's a question.
Buza ukuthi lento endiyibuza ngoku uyayikhumbula na ikane noyikhumbula.
Advocate, we spent almost a day watching a lot of footage. I'm saying Maybe when you asked this question, there were many things. I've seen them, but I don't know whether I can almost put my mind to it.
No, General, really. I'm asking you a simple question. Do you remember seeing something? Yes, no, I don't remember. Those are the only three options.
Maybe for me to be that specific, which one?
There's only one.
To her description of TRT members, you didn't say when exactly in the sequence of events that happened. I think if you gave her that information, she might be able to give you a more focused answer.
I showed you footage of TRT members running, and I said they were running forward. You said they were running sideways, but that's another story. We're running to what I think last week I called a common destination before somebody ordered them to do basic line and so on. We had a discussion about it. It's either you remember that discussion or that particular footage, or you don't remember, or, there's no 2 ways or 3 ways about it. If you don't remember it, I can arrange for it to be played. If you remember it, I'll just ask you on the basis of your memory.
Buza imbuzo kuyo xa uthi awuyikhumbulisiza kwenza kokuba iphinde idlalwe uthi ngele xesha bebona la mapolisa athi esiza kanje ebhaleka amanye yaphambili ndize ndithetha nawe ndithi mne aya phambili uthi wena hayi eza kweli cala.
That helps advocate if what we saw is the same. I remember the argument about are they moving sideways, are they moving forward? And that explanation helps.
Apho kwakhona le nto ethi iyanceda xa usithi wena baya phambili mna ndithi beza kweli cala ndiyayikhumbula lo.
Okay. I'm raising this point to make a different point as to where the people were going or not. And it is simply whether you accept or you don't accept that, or rather whether you know that the TRT was under instruction to only, well, for 2 things. One, to keep behind the POP and to advance only on command.
Andazi ke noma unalo na ulwazi lokuba la mapolisa eTRT abenikwe imiyalelo okuba abephaya emva kwepop baze phambili xa kukho icommand esitshoyo ukuba mabeze phambili.
I don't know.
Andiyazi ke lo nto.
You know at a general level that the TRT's role was to be at 100 meters behind the pop. Or don't you forget about the 100 meters, that they were to cover, so to speak, that they were the next line, as it were, the next line of police intervention. Since you deployed the various units, did you know their roles at a general level?
Njengoba kwakuthunyelwe amaqela amaninzi lapha units ezininzi zamapolisa ubonolwazi nalokuba iTRT le yiyo yesibini emva kwalaba babizwa ngokuba iPOP.
Yes, I have knowledge of our prescripts in that regard.
Ewe ndiyayazi imiselo yethu maqondana nalo.
Okay. Now, maybe I should ask it this way. To your knowledge, was there and this is my wording, so I'm creating it myself. Was there a central deployment strategy? In other words, did somebody, whether it's you or someone else, know that we have 800 people, 200 are STF, this one and that one, or was it just an ad hoc thing where this one will ask for 20 pop, and then tomorrow another one asks for 80 STF, another one, you know what I mean? as a leader, did someone have what one might call a bird's eye view on the deployment? And that's what I call a central deployment strategy, but it's just a phrase I've made up.
Chair, I register an objection. This witness has told us now, I don't know how many times. And if this is not nitty-gritty, then I just want to know what that word means.
No. Chair, I'm not asking, if I was asking nitty-gritty, I would say to the witness.
Let's just get an answer. If she says no, well, then that's the end of it. And if she says yes, well, then it isn't nitty-gritty because she knew. The question the council's put to you about what do you call the central...
Is there a central deployment strategy?
Central deployment strategy, as it were. Did you know, or was it just a collection, almost at random, of STF people and TRT people and NIU people and so on? That's the question. Can you help us in that, or is that something that was that you don't know about?
Judge, I just want to deal with some of the words that are loosely used here: ad hoc, random. I've mentioned the net joints. And in-net joints responds to the needs as expressed by the province. So a master plan, you can say, I'm going to send 75 RIAs there. But if 75 RIAs are not needed, it doesn't help. The environment must inform the net joints. The net joints will respond appropriately to the needs as they are required. There would always be a coordinating environment. You've asked me about Allendale yesterday. I've said by the mere fact that it was a cross-provincial deployment, you were supposed to have the net joints working. So there would be an intervention of net joints. So the loose, ad hoc, random is foreign to my ears and to my understanding.
Noma kanjani ayiyona inyaniswa ngoba kwakho i-net joint phaya uthi i-net joint yenzeka xa kukho abazawusuka kwezinye iprovinsi bese kwezinye ngoba kukubakho umuntu ohlanganisayo apha njengoba bebuzwe ngo-Annandale izolo okokuba xa kufuneka amapolisa kuyawuba ngemeko ekhona apho kuba kufuneka aba abangaki.
I'm sorry, you didn't answer my question. I'm asking you simply this, not what would happen or what was supposed to happen. Please. I'm saying to you, in this particular instance, was there a person or persons, whatever the description is, who had what I call a bird's eye view on the operation, specifically dealing with deployments? In other words, whether somebody said, if you said to that person or that body, what have we got in Marikana? They'll say we have 750, of which 200 are POP, 30 are NIU, and so on and so on. Or was the deployment done on an ad hoc? It's not an insult. I mean, when I say on an ad hoc basis, I mean somebody, as it was suggested by General Annandale, you phone your counterpart in another province and they bring POP, and then this one does this, and then, you know what I mean. That's what I mean by ad hoc. I'm not saying it in a negative sense. Whether there was that button where you could say this is the situation, or whether it was the alternative.
As you say, you assumed that was the case, but I think but Mr. Mpofu wants to ask the question more specifically. Did you know that was the case?
Umbuzo wakhe ukuba uyazi na okokuba kwakhona umuntu owayenza lo msebenzi ukutsho okokuba kufuneka abantu abangaka apha owayekwazi ukubona imeko yayibhaya nesidingo esasi noma kwakuthunyelwa nje kuthiwe wena thumela abangaka wena thumela abangaka.
The role of our national joints is to do that.
Sebenzi wale net joint yethu ke yiwo kanye lo ukwenza lo msebenzi.
Sorry, Chairperson, I thought you might be more successful than me. I don't think the question has been answered.
So just to say that
that's what was supposed to happen.
The people at the national level were supposed to do it.
Yes.
I think that meant in the circumstances. She assumed that they did it, and she feels she was entitled so to assume in the circumstances. I understood that to be the thrust of her answer.
All right.
She was asked
That's
in
fine.
terms whether she knew directly, and she,
that's
she
fine.
didn't say yes to that. So I think if that's an answer you want to use
Okay.
for argument
That's
later,
fine.
I think you've got it.
Thank you, Chair.
We can
Thank you,
move on.
Chairperson. In other words, then, net joints knew, or at least deliberately, created a situation where the majority of the personnel on the ground were those people carrying what has been described by Phiyega some weapons of war, as opposed to the pop people.
Uthi umhlekazi ngoku ababe ne-joint ke yibo abenza okokuba ubuninzi bamapolisa abelapho yilawo abephethe izixhobo zemfazwe.
You know, the loaded question, the Phiyega part of things.
Okay,
All
let's
I
just
can
call
say-
them R1s and R5s.
No, I wouldn't even go there.
Abaphethe R5 ne-R1s.
I wouldn't even go there. All I can say is that the deployment was organized,
Andinawuya apho.
and
Ngaphandle
the
kokuthi
deployment could be accounted for.
ukuthunyelwa kwamapolisa apho kwakwenziwe ngohlelo bazokwazi ukuchaza kokuba kwabanjani nanjani.
Yes, I'm with you, General. You see, what I'm getting at is that if there was an ad hoc strategy, then nobody would necessarily know how many R1s and R5s are there. But if there was a central strategy, as you are saying, then clearly somebody knew that the majority of the deployees were those carrying, I won't use weapons of war, those who were carrying sharp, lethal force.
Uthi ubuninzi ke bala mapolisa njengoba belapha yana ngalawa
You know,
abephethe
I don't
izixhobo
understand where this is taking us. If one
Ezi-
looks at Exhibit L and the breakdown from slide 136 onwards, it's more as slide 137 onwards. The information is there as to how the breakdown, how many POP people were, how many other people there were. If one looks under personal equipment, one sees from slide 138 onwards that there were assault rifles and so on. So all that information is here.
Oh.
Now, I don't see how you're asking questions of the witness in that regard is taking us any further.
No, Chairperson.
I'll give you an opportunity to explain, but
Yes.
I must express my puzzlement to you.
Yes. No, that puzzlement would be immediately removed, Chair, if you take into account that Exhibit L was compiled post the event, and that my questions clearly refer to a deployment strategy which existed or did not exist at NAT joints before. NAT joints, I assume, did not meet after the 16th in Potchefstroom.
It may have been compiled after the event, and you could ask the people who compiled it about that.
No.
And the commanding officers and so forth. But I'd be very surprised, frankly, if this witness knows anything about the details of that.
No.
And I think that the time available to us could probably be more profitably used. But I put the problem to you,
Yes.
so you can deal with it. But you
Yes.
understand where I'm
I do,
coming from and where
Chairperson.
I'm
I
hoping
can
to go
deal
to.
with it very quickly, Chair, before we break. I think
Uthi
it's a subject of a
umhlekazi
misunderstanding
iyawubuzwa
between
babo
you and I.
babelapho.
I'm not asking this witness about the information that is in Exhibit L, which was subsequently compiled post the event. I'm asking her simply whether before the event somebody had an eye as to how the deployment is to be done. And if so, well, she has said yes. Now, what I'm saying is that, therefore, what is contained here, which shows X, Y, Z, and what was known prior to Potchefstroom, as if to put it crudely, rather than it only emerged in Potchefstroom.
Is the point that you're interested in whether that person, the sort of central planner, commander, planner is the wrong word, central commander, overall commander, whether that person knew how many non-lethal, how many people there were with non-lethal weapons as opposed to how many people with assault rifles? Is that basically the question?
Yes.
All right. Well, let's see whether she knew that.
Thank you.
Can you answer the question?
overall commander umphathi omkhulu wayesazi na ukuba aba bantu
No. I'm sorry, Chairperson. No, I'm sorry. It's my fault for agreeing too readily to you. That's not what I'm asking her, whether she knows whether the person knew. What I'm saying is that from the fact that there was a central think tank, one can therefore deduct that that think tank knew that there's a large number of what I called weapons of war, which the witness did not like, or neutrally lethal weapons. That's the only issue.
Umbuzo ubuzayo ukuba aba babehleli apho beceba lento babe nolwazi naphambi komhla ekwenzeka lento kokuba aba bantu abathunyelwe apho ubuninzi ngabaphethe izixhobo ezisebenzisa imbumbulu zentsimbi.
I'll take probably 4 or 5 points to deal with your issue, and again it's repetitive of what I've already said.
Mandithi iyaphinda lento njengoba ike yabuzwa phambilini kodwa ke ndiza kuyichaza ngalindlela.
I have said deployment beyond any province is centralized, because I, as the National Commissioner, have to say to the net joints there is a need for us to operate at a national level and deploy our resources wherever they are lying in other provinces.
Xa kukho isehlakalo esithize senzeka kwiphondo elithize elichaphazela amanye amaphondo ke mna nje national commandant imefayile ndinikeza umyalelo ukuba mabancede pha.
That's the A part.
Eyokuqala ke lonto.
The B part of it is that you don't deploy without responding to needs of a particular environment. So those circumstances and the needs of that particular environment would inform who you want, whether you need a water cannon from another province, whether you need this from another province. That will follow a response to what the need is in that particular area.
Apho ke into yesibini kuya ngesidingo esifuna ngilaba ukuba sidinga ntoni nantoni abanakuthi nje xa befuna ubizwa iwater cannon bathumele zonke ezinazo bazawusho ukuba kufuneka ezingaki noma intoni ezingaki.
Thirdly, there's nothing ad hoc in what we're doing.
Enye ke into yonke lento yenziwa ngohlelo ayenziwa njengokuba nobani abona ngendlela abona ngayo.
And whether you are looking at that plan and saying it's post Potchefstroom and whatever, that's the factual data that informed how we deployed.
Ujonge iplan le uthi lento yenziwa emva kokuba sekwenzeke lento ePotchefstroom inikeza ingxelo yezinto njengokwenzeka kwazo.
General, when you speak about net joints, exactly who are you referring to in the case of Marikana?
The net joints is chaired by General Mawela, and it's under our operational response division. It's in that environment, yeah. And that's where General Alan Dale comes from.
Indawo ebizwa ngokuthiwa i-net joint ke indawo ephethwe nguGeneral Mawela lebizwa ngokuthi ORS apho kuvela khona uMajor General
and net joints includes also other departments, so that if you need any other thing outside subs, you should be able to deal with those should you need those type of resources in any situation.
The net joint ke iphethe ezininzi izinto izidingo ezithize zifumanwa kuphaya kuyo xa kukho into edingwayo.
And net joint sits in Pretoria, am I correct?
Ipaya eTshwane Pretoria in net joint.
It's national, the chair is in Pretoria.
Ewe use office lezo lonke liphaya ePretoria.
Yes, no, what I mean is when it meets in Pretoria. Anyway. Or rather, it's based in Pretoria. You know what I mean? If it meets, there must be a physical place where it meets. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
It's omnipresent.
electronic, whatever?
No, it's omnipresent. I mean, you can meet in Cape Town, you can meet in Musina, you can meet wherever.
Mhlangana noma kuphi, Cape Town, Messina noma kuphi apho kunesidingo.
And in this case, did it meet in Pretoria?
Kweli xesha yadibana
They could have met in Pretoria, they could have met here. I'm sure they can share.
You don't know?
I'm sure they can share.
babesephisora noma apha andinalwazi.
We finished that now. Can we take the lunch adjournment and carry on after lunch?
No, yes, Chair, just that one point, because I don't want to go back to this. Is your answer that the I know you accept that it can meet anywhere in the country, but do you, as you're sitting there, not know, A, whether it met, if you do, where it met, and when? Do you know answers to that question?
You got it. You left something out of the question.
Sorry, Chair.
Did it meet in relation to the Marikana problem?
One, yes.
And if so, where and when? I think that's what you want, isn't it?
Umbuzo yilo kokuba kule sahlalo seMarikana yaba nayo na inhlanganisela inet joint xa yabakhona yayibanjwa kuphi.
I'm sure those details can be obtained. I don't have them.
Andinazo impendulo apho kodwa ke zikhona abazokwazi ukuzinikeza.
Thank you, Chair.
So we'll now take the
ixesha lokutya ngoku. Lika 2.
I hope so, but I cannot guarantee. So if you get lost, don't sue me. I hear all these stories about we have a disaster movement, but in the country, that's the most important.
utsho uphuma apha erasini uya ku-N1 uphuma ngaKliptown bayaphuma
kanti yerhawutini yiyona irayithi maribambisa
baphuma eKliptown N1 dibana nayo
uthisa kwamatogeyiti ayitereyini uhamba nobani uma ukhona
ukhona la
nokungcono ngoba ngiyabona akasafoni esikhathini esiningi
uyasokolisa kanjani
hayi makuthumele ekhaya
ulele usokolisa kanjani
ubani anginayo okay sizokubona angithumele ngithile 800 rand namhlanje
awu ubunsongibani hayi hambe nosithumela abahlahla mbuzi
nna ke molebetse mlandele just pastorise me
hayi ke sir benzenze imali e-tollgate
you don't want a cup of tea.
Material for the weekend.
What were you doing?
Yeah, chopping. Hey, you're right, man. Yeah, I know. I wish I had people like you.
uyenza today.
Commission commences. Masukumen sonke.
Resumes. National Commissioner, you still under oath. Mr. Mpofu.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. General, let me just get this straight. Firstly, how do you spell this structure called net joints? Or I think one of the interpreters said net jock, so I'm not sure.
There's a net jock, there's a net joint, there's a prof jock and a prof joints, a fork, all those things.
Yes, it's just spelling, please, for now.
NATCOJ, JOC rather, net jock.
That's a different thing. Is there also something called net joints?
There's a net joint.
NAT joints as JOINT. Yes.
And same in the province.
It's a province.
Even in the province, you'll find duplication of those.
Prof joint or whatever. Okay. Now, this structure that we were discussing before lunch, which one is it? Is it net joints?
It's a jock. Joints is where you bring, the chiefs of the various departments. The jock is where Mawela is sitting.
La maqela ebethetha ngawo ngamaqela aphethweyo ngabantu abohlukeneyo kubekho ke le apho bathi badibane bonke khona baphethe abongameleyo.
So when I asked you whether there's a person or body or structure, I suppose is a better term, that had what I call the bird eyes view over the operation, and I was asking at that stage specifically in relation to deployments, was it? And you said it was net. Was it net jock or net joints? Net jock.
Yeah, there's a center and a structural meeting of the heads.
Kubakho iqela kubekho eli lithi libe lelongameleyo.
Yeah. Okay. And net jock, where did it meet in relation to Marikana?
The main center is at Snake Park.
Snake Park, which is where?
In Pretoria.
Kulombuzo thi net jock idibane laphi ke uthi ke elona qela longameleyo lise Pretoria le.
And I've said to you that it can also, in the provinces, you find prof jocks.
Kwi-province ke khona kufumaneka ezi i-prof jobs.
And then the joints also.
Yeah. The joints also are
omnipresent.
Decentralized. Yes.
Kubekho i-joints nazo zidibene ndawonye.
Who are the members of NetJock?
I've said to you the chairperson thereof, the head is Mawela.
I-NetJock yona yongamelwe nguMawela.
Yeah.
And?
There'll be many other people there, including the Anandels, and I'm sure they can. It's a multifaceted structure, by the way. Yeah.
Iliqela elongamele eliphethe kodwa linabantu abaninzi nemisebenzi eliqela eyenziwayo lilo.
So that's what I wanted to get straight. So something that we're discovering now on day 100 is that somewhere they set a structure called NetJock, which had an overall view or bird's eye view over the operation in Marikana.
I understand it in context, advocate. I've said to you that once the request crosses the border, I have to actually give authority. And the authority I give to the person who's in charge of the jokes and whatever, and the ORS and all those things. And General Mawela would be responsible for doing that so that he can link up with other provinces. General Mbombo cannot ordinarily just start giving instructions to get people from all over without my permission. It is myself and the president who can do so. But in this regard, I did it. So I would ask General Mawela, who's in charge of the JOC and the operations of SABS, to coordinate everything.
Bendithe ukuba kubakho isicelo esifikayo kufuneka sidlulele nakwezinye iindawo iprovince kufuneka uGeneral uMawela luphetheyo afumane ukugunyaziswa ndim nawuba ndiyenzile ke loo nto ke akwazi ukuba kuqhutyekekwe ngeso sicelo besithe sabakho samkeleka.
Okay, we're going to come to the understanding of what this structure is. But let me just ask for an example. General Allendale testified here that he deployed X number of STF members.
Yes.
Let's say 20 for argument's sake. Now, please just take us through how he would do that, given net JOC, given the provincial command, given the JOC that we know, if you know what I mean.
Eyona ndlela kusetyenzwa ngayo ke zi-net JOC nezinye zabe province abaphetheyo eyona ndlela kawusicacisele uba kusetyenzwa njani.
Okay, I'll repeat what I've already testified here. A, if this matter was just confined to Marikana and General Mbombo had POP members allocated to this province, she can move those people from here to Pampirstad, to Mafikeng, people that are in her province.
Ukuba ke kubekho isicelo kubekho nomsenzo othile okufuneka wenziwe uGeneral Mawela.
General Mbombo.
Umbombo xa etheke waba ufanele ukugunyazisa ukuba makuphunywe kuyiwe apho kuthe kwavela izicelo khona njengokuthi mhlambe isicelo sivele eMarikana.
And she would work with the commanders in the operations in her area.
Uzawube ke esebenza kunye neekomanda ezikhoyo kuloo ndawo kufuneka kuyiwe kuyo uba kuyosetyenzwa kuyo.
The Mpembes, the Khalits, the Naidus.
As
an example.
Abaphetheyo abafana no Mpembe o Khalits nabanye nje babesele ndijelo.
But then she is having a situation that requires that she has additional resources and capacity.
Kodwa ke usuka ke abe ejongene nemeko efuna ukuba makabe uza kuwanikwa amagunya namandla.
To cross her borders, she needs to talk to me.
Ukuze ke awele aphume kwindawo yakhe kufuneka egunyazisiwe ndim.
I am the person who can say we can mobilize people from other provinces to another.
Ndim ke umuntu onamagunya okuba ndingatsho kuyo uba singathatha abantu kwiprovince ethile sibase kwezinye iprovince.
And the permission I would have given, I would then ask the head of our operations, which is General Mawela, who's responsible for the JOCs and whatever, to say, let's operationalize, there's an issue at hand, let's reach out to other people, let's make sure that that which needs to be done gets done.
Sigunyazisi ke endithi ndibe ndiyanikela ngaso okanye ndiyagunyazisa. Kufuneka ke naye ephinde waqhagamshelana nabantu abafana nabo General Mawela kuvunyelwana ukuba makusetyenzwe kuncedwe kwezinye iindawo apho uncedo lwethu lufuneka khona.
The net JOC that has many other people that are in operations with him, like General Anandale and others, will then work with the Prof JOC.
Inet JOC le inabantu abaliqela nabo basebenza naye bafana no General Allendale kunye nabanye. Sivumelane ke ukuba makusetyenzwe kunye nenet JOC leyo.
Yes, so we will use those structures with the respective commanders that are there. working with the provincial ones. If there's a cluster job, they would work with a cluster job. But in this regard, we're talking about a prof job and a net job.
Sisebenze ke nazo zonke i-jog ezizikhoyo kuloo ndawo kuncediswe ke ngoba kukho o-prof jog net jogs.
And let's say there is a matter that is much bigger now, requires the chiefs of all these law enforcement agencies to come together. The joints will then play another role.
Xa kuzawuthi ke kube kuyancedisana ngolo hlobo ezi joints ezi zikwazi ukusebenzisana nezinye enye nenye ibe yona iza kwenza lonto yawuba yinto eyiphathisiweyo.
So the role that was played by the Khalits, the Naidus, the Mpembes, the Anandales, and all the other people was within that framework.
Inxaxheba ke zonke ezithe zathathwa ngabo bonke aba o-Allendale, Khalits nabanye bonke abo bantu abo baba bayangena ke bebambisene.
Okay, I'm trying to work with you here. So, for the purposes of shorthand, can we say that the jog, the one that was situated at Lonmin, in the framework that you've explained, was the prof jog?
It's true, yes, working with the net jog.
Kunjalo ba ke iba ile prof job le ethi i-prof jog le ethi ibe iyawenza lo msebenzi eselendi ukhankanyile ukuncedisana nabanye.
Now, and this is what is worrying me or surprising me then. From also what you have described, then there would have been coordination, I think is the word you used, between the prof jog and the net jog.
Absolutely.
Ngokwentetho yakho ke phakathi kwe-prof job ne-net jog kubakho loo ntsebenziswano ikhankanyiweyo.
And what obviates that, advocate, is that, remember, you are no longer just using, they would have a prof jog if they were just by themselves as a province. But now that we've crossed the provinces, that's where the role of net jog becomes important. Yes, and the role of Anandale and others.
Uziqonde ke advocate uba njengoba besele nditshilo i-prof job ibakhona ngokuthi ibe iyakuncedisana nabanye ngenxa yokokuba ke ngoku iyinto edlulileyo kwi-province kubakho loo nto yokokuba kubakho lo ozawuba ngoyena wongameleyo ukuze kusetyenzwe kakuhle wonke umsebenzi uqhutywe.
So I see. So that's the context in which you mentioned this net jog in relation to my questions to you yesterday about Allendale's deployment.
Correct.
Le net jog uthethe ngayo ke yona ngokuphathelele ku-Allendale nokusetyenzwa kwakhe.
It is true.
Yes. In other words, your understanding is that he was deployed by the net jog to the prof jog.
He had to be here because we're dealing with resources coming from all over.
Ngokokunokwakho ke ebethunyelwe yiyo i-prof jog leyo kwi-net jog. Mpendulo ithi ke ewe befanele ukuza azoba lapha kaloku kufuneka kubanjisene kusetyenzwe ngawonke amaqela kunye.
Yes, no, that's not my question. My question is whether your understanding was, and I'm basing it on the fact that you said there were many other members, so there must be a reason why him. Your understanding is that he was here being deployed by the net jog, he being Allendale. If not, then why was it him? If you know what I mean. If you know, if you don't, you don't.
U-Allendale ke lo yena njengoba ebelapha njengoba futhi ke inguye lo ebezawuba usetyenziswa okanye usebenza kunye neyiphi ke neliphi qela.
He's a very senior person. It's a major general who reports to General Mawel, who reports to me, and they are responsible for the operations of SABC.
Ungumuntu osesikhundleni esiphakamileyo uyi-major general ureporta ku-General Mawela yena abe reporter kum.
And they're responsible for operations of subs.
Umsebenzi wabo ngokuba kwenze umsebenzi we-subs.
Yes, but I assume he's not the only person who fits that description. There are okay, others. Let me not even hazard a guess. There are other people who fit that description. Senior person reports to Mawela, responsible for operations, and so on and so on. So that doesn't answer my question, why him?
Kodwa ke ndithetha into ethi ke njengokuba ke yena reporter kwaba reporter kubo awukaphendula incam umbuzo wam.
For us, he fitted the club because he's in operations. He's also responsible for all of our special units, POPs and others.
Uthi ke ungumuntu obe oziphendulela kwezi zinto zale misebenzi eloluhlobo ke uyakwazi ukuthi angene kuyo yonke ureporter kuthi.
Okay, General. I'll try once more. And if you don't know, which I suspect you can tell us, did NetJock deploy Annandale for the reasons that you've mentioned to physically go to the Prof Jock, to your knowledge?
INetJock le yiyona ethe yamthumela uAllendale kwi-Prof Job na.
Remember, I'll say what I said yesterday. By virtue of mobilizing people all over, it was important for me for the NetJock to come in place. And because they direct operations of subs. And him being a very important person in terms of operations, I couldn't go and say, bring Major General Zuma. Major General Zuma is responsible for the borders. And he is also in ORS. But Annandale is very important because this is particular in terms of his environment.
Ndizawuphinda ke ndiyithethe le nto bendiyithethile ke nayizolo. uAllendale lo ungumuntu osesikhundleni esiphezulu kakhulu onezinto ezininzi aziphathisiweyo afanele uba makazenze. Noxa ke ereporter kulowa reporter kuye ereporter nalowo kum yena ebengumuntu umuntu obalulekileyo kuba makabe ewuphathiswa umsebenzi lo awuqondayo kakuhle.
Okay, I don't want to reduce this to Annandale. We can deal with him at some other point. I'm more interested in this new structure.
It's not
new to me, sorry. Yeah. So, where are the minutes of the meetings of NetJock?
Iphi imizuzu yeentlanganiso zeNetJock?
Particularly those that deal with Marikana.
Esikakhulu ke enqamene nale meko yaseMarikana imizuzu.
I thought you had some of the minutes here because as I'm saying to you, the NetJock and Prof Jock were collaborating. I saw some of the minutes that you shared yesterday.
Ibimela uba noko ikhona njengoba besele ndikhankanyile uba iNetJock neProf Jock nenye le bezisebenzisana kunye.
Yes, no. I mean, as I say, NetJock is completely new to me. So whatever minutes I took you through, including EE, were of what we've now agreed was the Prof Jock.
Prof Jock le bendivile ngayo ke kodwa ke bendithetha ngenye le njengoba besele nditshilo.
I thought as I'm explaining the collaboration between the NetJock and Prof Jock, I've said to you that if the province was working alone, we would not have even participated, we would have received reports only. But because we were mobilizing from all over, the NetJock had to work with the Prof Jock, and I thought the recording and the reports that you've been receiving resembles that collaboration.
Bendiba mna ndiyicacisile nayizolo le nto ukuba zisebenzisana njani ezi jog zonke zisebenza kunye, zisebenza ngokubambisana.
And this is why in those minutes you were talking about Major Generals, Annandale, Major General, whatever. Some are national, some are provincial.
Ilonto ke nakuyo imizuzu le njengoba wena ubuthetha ngo-Major Annandale nabanye zonke ziyabambisana ezi zinto.
No, ma'am. Let's for now put aside the joint workings, if any, of these two structures. I'm asking you, firstly, before we go there, for the minutes of the meetings of NetJoc itself, before it coordinates with anybody, where are those, insofar as it had this, what I call the bird's eye view? Because as I understood it, your answer before lunch was, if I wanted to say before the operation, okay, how many NIUs, how many this, that, the place I would have to go to is NetJoc. Where do I find that? I mean, where do they meet? Well, you said you don't know where they met, but where are their minutes at least?
Iphi imizuzu yabo ke aba phambi koba ke sizokwazi ukuthi sibe siyibona yonke idibene indlela abasebenza ngayo nabasebenzisana ngayo. Imizuzu ke leyo na iphi?
I think you referred me, for instance, to this presentation that tells you about how many people they deployed, from where and everything. It's sitting in your presentation. And remember that the event was in this province. The national was supporting the province in an event that is taking place in here. So there is support coming from the NetJoc to support an issue that is taking place here. They are not two different issues. There is a NetJoc supporting the ProvJoc because we are mobilizing resources from other provinces.
Yes.
I-NetJoc le incedisana nenye i-ProvJoc le zivela kwezinye ii-provinces zincedisa kwimeko elapha kule i-province.
And I wouldn't understand why we would have to have two sets of minutes when the event is here.
Andiqondi ke ukuba ibinoba yintoni enothi banguba kubekho imizuzu eyohlukeneyo emibini kanti yonke ingeyomsebenzi obuza kwenziwa kwi-province inye yona le.
No. Let's take one step back. Your evidence is that, or at least it's common cause, that ProvJoc was meeting in Marikana at Lonmin, correct?
Icacile into kokuba i-ProvJoc le ibidibana kwintlanganiso yayo ibizawuba seMarikana ndithi.
Correct, and the ProvJoc also had people from NetJoc.
Kunjalo na i-ProvJoc le ibinabo abantu abebevela kwi-NetJoc.
Yeah, that may well be so. Your evidence is also that NetJoc met somewhere in South Africa where you cannot locate.
Kunjalo ukuba i-NetJoc le ibidibene ndawo ithile apha eSouth Africa engakwazi ukukhankanya.
Sorry,
no.
Okay,
let me correct
yes,
that.
Help me.
Let me correct that, because you asked me where they meet, and I said it's omnipresent. They can meet anywhere. That's what I said to you. But I didn't say to you they met somewhere in South Africa where I didn't know. That's not my evidence.
Andikhange ndithi ke mna bekukho indawo ethile apha eSouth Africa apho bekudinyenwe khona. Ndithe mna bekudityenwe. Ubungqina bami bingeyo leyo kokuba and somewhere kwindawo ethile apha eSouth Africa.
Okay, I'm subject to correction, but I thought my last question to you before lunch was, does that mean you don't know where they met? And you said yes, but that's at this stage neither here nor there.
Into ebendiyibuza mna yethi uthi wena awazi na uba bebedibene phi? Wathi ewe.
I've just corrected that for you.
Yes.
ndiqba kuyilungisa ke loo ndawo.
So the net jock, obviously it's a body of many individuals. It's not a one-person show, correct?
It's a big center with many people.
I-net joke liqela elikhulu labantu, ayingomntu nje omnye okanye abantwana nje abambalwa. Impendulo ithi ke ewe liqela elikhulu labantu.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Maybe just to say it's active. Remember when we were sitting here, there were many other events happening in the country. The network will continue to be concerned with many other things.
Yes.
Whether it's Northern, whether it was Northern Cape banning, whether it was Barberton banning, they will be there to do certain things.
Yes.
Into ekufuneka ikhunjulwe ngeyoba bebebaninzi kakhulu abantu bebedibene apho noba ke bebedibene phi apha eSouth Africa ngabantu abaninzi abebedibene ngomsebenzi okufuneka bewudibanele.
Yes, no, that I appreciate. I mean, it's like a company that has a head office and whatever. That I understand. All I'm saying is, assuming exactly what you're saying, to illustrate how much I understand what you're saying. For example, I would be then saying to you, NetJock met, they discussed some flare-up in the Northern Cape, another flare-up in Mpumalanga, Marikana, X, Y, Z. So I would say it on those minutes of that meeting, I'd say scratch out all these other things because they don't concern this commission. But I want the portion of their discussions that concerned Marikana. Do you understand? I think that's what you're saying, that they
Sorry, Mr. Powell, I don't want to interrupt you, but you know, the practice we followed up to now is that if one party wants documents or anything of that kind from another, they don't debate it on the floor of the auditorium. They go to the representatives of the party concerned and say, could we please have these documents? If there's a refusal or an impasse of some kind, then I suppose they can raise it with the Commission. But normally these things, the time of the Commission isn't wasted in asking for documents. This is something that's done privately outside the auditorium.
Yeah.
That's certainly the practice that's been followed up to now. Is there any reason why it can't be applied as far as the documents you're now seeking?
No, Chairperson, there isn't. But this obviously goes far beyond documents. I'll forget the minutes. Forget the minutes. Okay, I don't want to reduce this to...
Do you not want the minutes now?
No, I don't.
Okay. You've been asking about the minutes for some time. But
I'll ask Mr.
Semenya's turned his light on. Let's see if he can throw some light on that.
No, this has nothing to...
He's got the minutes.
Maybe this may clarify. If we look at Triple G 4 tie, that's the jock control and the jock operational. If you look at that, you will see there are individuals from various divisions coming from the province itself and some coming from national. That would have been a net jock in this province. And what we have as minutes would be minutes emanating from this structure. But in tandem with it, there may very well be another net jock in Nelspruit.
Yes.
Dealing with matters there and minuting the documents there.
Well, firstly, I would prefer the answers to come from the witness. Secondly,
I can understand if matters of credibility and so on involved. Where you're looking for information.
No, that's why I've discarded the issue of information. I don't want it. I'm discarding because I don't want to reduce this to a question of minutes. I'll follow your advice and speak to Mr. Semenya about minutes at a suitable time. What I want to understand, General Phiyega, is can be reduced to an issue of minutes. It is the fact that there was another body called NetJock, or whatever it was called, which concerned itself with the events in Marikana to the extent that that body, was the place where one would have to go to if you wanted to understand how many people with lethal force versus those with non-lethal force. And where you would go to understand why a person like Annandale, who played such a significant role in this operation, why they were here. That is a matter of substance and of grave concern, if I may add. Nothing to do. I don't. If they had minutes, that's their business. I don't even want to see them. But I would like to understand what role that structure played in fashioning the events that led to the deaths and injuries of people, including the people I represent. To understand, I don't want us to reduce this to a menial matter of minutes.
Eyona nto ndikhathalele kakhulu yeyoba njengoba bekukho ke eliqela eli labantu elathi labe linoxanduva lokuba lube lusenza le misebenzi yemeko bisemarikana kudityenwe emarikana kuxoxwa kulungiselelwa into ebifanele uba iyenziwa endifuna ukuyiqonda kakhulu kuba eyona nto iyaqhubekeka ibinto biqhubekeke ngoluphi uhlobo.
Okay. I think those issues have long been placed before this commission, and I will try again.
Ndicinga into kokuba yonke loo nto sele ithethiwe yathiwa thaxa kule commission kodwa ke ndawube ndiphinde ndizame kwakhona.
General Mbombo as the provincial commissioner.
General Mbombo njenge-commissioner ye-province
has the right and the delegated authority
unelungelo namagunya awanikiweyo
to manage and control this province in terms of policing together with her executive.
Ukuba ayiphathe ayiqhube imisebenzi yonke yalapha kule province ngokwamagunya awanikiweyo,
including responding to anything that is taking place like Marikana.
Ezokuba ke futhi befanele ukuba abe uzawuba eneliso kwinto yonke ethi ibe iyenzeka apha eMarikana.
And setting up, according to our protocols, any necessary structure that is that would enable her, together with her team, to respond to that.
Enze kunye neqela lakhe amalungiselelo ento yonke ethi ibe yinto ekufuneka yenzekile ngokwamagunya akhoyo.
Whether they have a venue voc or a cluster voc or a prov joc or whatever, she has the powers to do so within her province.
Nguye onawo amagunya namandla ukuba makenze nantoni na ebiza kuthi ibe iyafuneka okanye kuyanyanzeleka ukuba yenzeke kwiprovince yakhe.
We've then said to this gathering that at any time when that role has to go outside this province,
ndathi ke mna kule ngqungquthela lapha ukuba kuthe nangaliphi na ixesha kubekho into ekufuneka iphumile kule province
where I have to mobilize, whether from KZN or Eastern Cape or whatever, that permission is going to come from me because our prescripts, the protocol and the legislation requires that happens.
Ebiza kuthi kubekho imfuneko yokuba mandi gunyazise ke uba noba kuthe kwavela ntoni ke naphina ndim obento bezawuba noxanduva lokuba mandigunyazise uba makwenziwe nantoni na ebizawuba iyafuneka.
In the leading, when I was my evidence was led by our lawyer, it was very clear that I also have a full set of executives who take care of various areas to execute operationally.
Ekuqaleni njengokuba ubungqina bam bukhokelwe ligqwetha lethu kwafuneka ndenze yonke imigudu yokokuba ndikhangela into yokokuba kuzawuthi kwenzeke kuphume ukugunyazisa okanye mazo okugunyazisa uba kwenziwe nantoni na ibizawuthi ibe iyanyanzeleka uba mayenzeke.
When that request comes to me and it's got to do with operations, I do not go to the executive that is in charge, the commander that is in charge of TMS. I go to the commander that is responsible for operations.
Xa kuthe kwafika isicelo kum andibi ndijonga ngapha nangapha, kufuneka ndiye kule commander iphetheyo ezakuthi ibe nguyena mntu unamagunya okokuba makagunyazise bonke abanye abathi bafanele ukuba mabathathe inxaxheba.
And because of the national nature of the deployment that has to take place, the net job then becomes very critical.
Ngenxa ke yobukhulu baloo mcimbi okufuneka wenzekile okanye uthwelwe, i-net jog yiyo ekufuneka ingenile.
They must work with this province. If there's anything in Nelspruit, they must work with those. If there's anything in Didurans, they must do those. And the reports that come from there will then inform the activities of the various environments.
Ke kuyasetyenzwa nawo wonke amaqela abezawuthi athathe inxaxheba noba avele kweliphi icala. Kulapho ke bekuzawuthi ke wonke amaqela abezawuthi abandanyeke angene enze loo nto kunyanzelekileyo uba yenziwe.
And you do have the Marikana reports.
Sinayo ke nereport yalapha eMarikana.
Well, that's exactly the sentence you said just before the last one is exactly what worries me.
Eyona nto indikhathazayo ke yileyo gqibelo ithethileyo le report uyikhankanyileyo.
10 minutes.
I'll quote you verbatim. You say the reports that come from those environments.
10 minutes. That's what I mean.
Uthi ke i-reports ezivela kwezo ndawo kaloku ndithetha ngemizuzu.
Would inform the activities of the various operations in those areas. Something to that. Now, that's exactly my concern.
You don't understand.
To what extent did the net jog and reports getting to them, quote, inform the activities that led to the Marikana situation?
Eyona nto ndiyikhathalele kakhulu yiyo le mizuzu ndithethe ngayo. Kanti ke le ijog leyo na ke inganoncedo olungakanani ke ngokwemcimbi we-report yezo zinto ezithe zaba ziyenzeka.
I'm not sure where you're coming from with that question, but I just want to say, yesterday, for instance, you gave me homework, and part of the homework were minutes. That's what I'm talking about.
Andisaqondi ke ngokuba sowuvela ngakweliphi ithuba uthetha ngolu hlobo nje ngoba nayizolo ude wandipha umsebenzi bekufuneka ndiwenzile xa sele ndisendlini. Yonke loo nto ke ibiyinto ephathelele nale mizuzu.
Thank you, Chandra. I'm going to move from this, but please do work with me. I'm at pains. That's why I've abandoned the discussion on Annandale. I've abandoned the issue about minutes because I don't want this to be about those things, tempting as it is. My concern with you is simply the fact that somewhere in this country, there was a body called NetJog, which concerned itself. Let's confine it for now to the issue of deployment, which you and I had discussed before lunch. With the overall centralization, or whatever the phrase that we had devised earlier, of the operation in Marikana, and that body or structure is, at least to me, something that I'm hearing about for the first time, something that's not mentioned in the opening statement of the police, something that's not mentioned in Exhibit L. Exhibit L was presented, by Lieutenant Colonel Scott, I think. Exhibit L was presented here over 4 days. You can take that as for granted. and that until today, at least, and I'm speaking for myself, I've missed 1 or 2 days. So, but before today, this structure, which played such an important role, at least at the top of the operation somehow, among other things, might have informed the activities that occurred here. Do you understand my concern? You don't have to agree with it, but I just don't want you to reduce it to these little things. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I think, Advocate, I'm very concerned because I keep on explaining to say, if you could just agree that national deployment is my remit.
No, that's...
Advocate,
we agreed on that.
Accept that.
Okay.
Accept that. I'm sorry.
Can I just go on so that we kill these things? Do you also accept that I work through a team of executives who do particular things for me?
Uyayivuma nale endithetleyo kokuba ndisebenza kunye nabantu abathile abanoxanduva lokwenza izinto ezicacileyo ezi kunye nam bencedisana nam na.
Listen, Commissioner. I know.
No, you mustn't interrupt her. She's busy trying to explain something to you.
Oh, no, she's put a question mark at the end without it being seen. I was just responding. Okay.
Because I'm just repeating what I've said.
Yes, I was just responding to your question.
We have crossed the province, and the deployment for provincial, cross-provincial, is my remit.
Esele sizenzile izinto esizenzileyo kwi-province siphume kwenye province singene kwenye.
And that's what the law expects of me.
Lo xanduva lwam olo kulindelwe ukuba mandenze loo nto kanye.
And I'm saying there is no way when there is that nature of work that I go to the CFO of the company. That's not what he does.
Senditshilo uba alikho elinye icebo kufuneka ndibe lapho ekufuneka kwindawo ekufuneka ndikuyo ukwenza umsebenzi.
I would go to operations.
Ndinoxanduva okanye imisebenzi kufuneka ndiyenzile ndikhangele ukuba yenzeke.
And there are clear protocols on how we do that. There will be a net job, there would be a prov job, there would be whatever. So Mawela is in charge of that. So I would be saying, General Mawela, we need to assist province Y to deploy people, engage them, establish their needs, ensure that this happens. And through the net job that will happen. So there is nothing new about a net job.
Okay.
Ikhona nje inet job kukho naye lo uphetheyo owongameleyo ungumawela xa kukho imisebenzi ethile ecacileyo kufuneka yenziwe luxanduva lethu ukuba yonke leyo misebenzi ekunyanzelekileyo ukuba yenzeke yenziwe kugunyaziswe nabo bantu abathe bawanikwa amagunya okuyenza le misebenzi ngaminye.
And that support would be given to deterrence, to Marikana, to wherever. And I am saying the records that you're looking for, we've given what we have.
Okay.
I-reports ke ezathi zaphuma zakho ngale misebenzi kuzo zonke ezindawo go-deterrence go-Marikana naphina zingenile ezo report.
It's now 3 o'clock. We'll take the adjournment.
Xesha letiye kancinci.
Yes.
National job
Commission commences. Sukumani.
Commission resumes. Before we continue, there's some announcements I wish to make. I have been informed that the President is about to extend the period of duration of this Commission beyond the present cut-off date for the hearing of evidence, namely the 31st of May 2013, which means that the Commission will in fact resume its hearings next week. And I want to give my ruling on the application for the removal of the seat of the Commission from Rustenburg to Centurion. I'm satisfied that the applicants for the removal have succeeded in establishing compelling and weighty reasons for the order sought. It's unnecessary for me to set them out because they are fully set forth in the affidavits filed. It's clear that the state and most of the parties are obliged to expend large sums of money each month in respect inter alia of accommodation and transport, which expenditure will not have to be incurred if the Commission moves to Centurion. In addition, there is the distinct danger that at least two of the parties will not be able to continue participating in the proceedings of the Commission as a result of lack of funds if the Commission does not move. The application was opposed at the 11th hour by the administrator of the Bopo Bamokhali traditional community, purporting to act in his official capacity, and 4 local authorities in the area supported this opposition. In what follows, I shall refer to the administrator and the local authorities as the respondents. I am prepared to assume, without deciding, that some or all of these respondents have locus standi to oppose the application. I am satisfied, however, that the material that the respondents have placed before me does not detract to any significant extent from the powerful case made out by the applicants in support of the application. The main concern of the traditional community is that the local communities will be prejudiced in their endeavours to place material before the Commission in relation to some of the issues arising under Phase 2 of the Commission's work. There is no real substance in the fears expressed in this regard. They are legally represented, and their representatives will be able to put their points before the Commission, even if it is sitting in Centurion. In addition, Lonman, who have up to now really generously provided free transport for persons from Marikana to attend the sittings of the Commission in Rustenburg, have indicated that they are willing to continue to provide such transport to Centurion if the Commission moves there. A number of preliminary points were also argued, which I have considered, but which it is unnecessary to address herein in view of the conclusion to which I have come on the merits of the application. In all the circumstances, I am satisfied that the applicants have established reasonable grounds justifying the move sought. The order which I shall make in a moment, is made in consultation with the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, who agrees therewith. The following order is made. The seat of the Commission is moved to Centurion, Gauteng, and the sittings of the Commission will accordingly resume after the end of today's sitting in the municipal offices Centurion, Gauteng at 10 a.m. on the 4th of June. The premises are not available on the 3rd, but I understand that a meeting will take place on that date at Centurion or at some other venue which is convenient to the representatives of the parties to discuss methods of shortening the proceedings, particularly in relation to cross-examination. I understand there will be space at Centurion for the meeting to be held there, if the parties so wish, but clearly they may desire to hold the meeting in chambers or some other convenient place. I want to thank the Council who were involved in moving the application and giving me and the Minister the benefit of their views thereon, which were of much assistance in preparing the ruling that I've just given. Yes. Yes, I'm also reminded that the premises are not available on the 5th either, so we'll be sitting on the 4th and then again on the 6th and the 7th, of course. I want to say something else shortly before we leave this matter, and that is that the Rustenburg local municipality have made their facilities at this civic centre where we are sitting available to the Commission free of charge. And its officials and staff have gone out of their way to assist the Commission in its work and to make our stay here as comfortable as possible. And it is only appropriate that we should, on this 100th sitting of the Commission here in Rustenburg, express our sincere gratitude to the municipality, the council and its staff for the generous gesture that they've made, which has substantially contributed to the work of the Commission and which I hope will one day be accompanied by results beneficial to the country as a whole. But as I've said, this is the 100th sitting here. It's perhaps appropriate that we should resume the 101st sitting and enter into our new century in Centurion.
Thank you.
Major General, I'm sorry to have eaten into your time. National Commissioner, I'm sorry to have eaten into your time, but you're still under oath, and Mr. Mpofu, I think, is still cross-examining you.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. But before I do so, if I may just say, on behalf of the applicants at least, and I'm sure other people as well who either did not, rather oppose the application, to thank you for the manner in which this matter was handled. I'm sure that the people that we represent will appreciate all the difficulties, but more importantly, just to echo, hopefully without even consulting my colleagues, on their behalf, the gratitude that you've expressed to the Rustenburg municipality. Thank you, Chair. And of course, specifically for the people that I represent, to thank Lonmin for extending the transport arrangements, which was really the only possible impediment to this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I trust Mr. Berger will convey our gratitude to his clients in that regard.
So once we talk about administration, what is the physical address of the municipal offices in Centurion? Because we must go there next week. I don't have the faintest idea where to look for it.
Evidence leaders, I've been there, but I didn't make a note of the address. But Mr. Budlander, have you been there? Can you give the Mr. Wesley? Well, Mr. Tekota actually pays his taxes there. Mr. Tekota, would you please tell Mr. Berger where to go?
Chair, can I make a suggestion? That we are to have a meeting of the parties on Monday to talk about expediting the process. We'll send out an email either today or tomorrow specifying A, the time of the meeting on Monday, and B, the venue. Identify
the venue, and if the venue is not the municipal offices at Centurion, you will give them. You will also provide a map as to how to get there on Tuesday morning.
I can't guarantee a map, but we will sufficient information to enable reasonably competent people to find it.
Well, what about the others, Mr. Finchapa?
It's bad luck for the rest of them.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, if I could,
I have no doubt that the Secretariat...
Chairperson, just before Mr. Mpofu.
So sorry.
Just before Mr. Mpofu continues, what has now been said, this decision that has unfortunately not been translated, if I could just very briefly tell the people at the back. Ingxelo beyithethwa ngumgcinisihlalo ngoku emva kokuba sibuye etiyeni okokuba kukho isicelo esesenziwe apha kokuba le commission isuswe apha iswe phaa eCenturion. Kwabakho izinto ezithethwayo ke kwaba khona neparty ezicela ukuba mayiswe phaya kwabakho abangavumelani nalento kwabakho inkosi yababo baMogale nabanye ababangavumelani nalento kodwa ke emva kokuba kujongisise zonke izizathu zezindleko amaxesha nayo yonke lento abamela wabona kokuba umhlekazi umgcini sihlalo athethe nomphathiswa ophethe ezobulungisa kuye kwaba khona ke isivumelano sokuba ikomishoni lena iyagqibela namhlanje uthi umhlekazi kuyawuthi ngomhla ka4 kuJune ibisiqala phaya eCenturion uthe umgcini sihlalo ke ngaphandle kokuba ngokungazenzisi uthanda ukwenza umbulelo kube city council yase Rustenburg nabo bonke abasebenza khona neofficials zakhe kokuba kulezi nsuku ezingu100 bibanjwe apha ikomishoni bebasinikeza lonke uncedo obekade lifuneka lube khona enye into abulela ngayo kokuba iCity Council yase Rustenburg ibisinike le ndawo lena singakhokhi singabhadali lutho bebasinike le ndawo free ubulela ngokungazenzisi umhlekazi enkosi nokuthi bakwa Lonmin bavumile okokuba bazawukhupha ibus ezawuthatha abantu phaya ibazise phaya kwi-commission njengoba iyawuhlala eCenturion enkosi. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. I'm also reminded that we will not be sitting on the 12th of June. I mentioned that for benefit of those who want to make arrangements. So just to sum up, we're not sitting as a commission on the 3rd, although there'll be a meeting in respect of the way forward among the parties. We're not sitting on the 5th, and we're not sitting on the 12th. For the rest of the month, we'll be sitting at the venue that I've mentioned. I take it you still remember you're under oath, National Commissioner. I don't have to remind you again. Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Mpofu, can I just understand something? Are you suggesting that apart from the jock that was in Marikana on Lonmin property, that there was some other jock that met in Pretoria or some other place as regards the events in Marikana? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, that's what the witness suggested, Chair. All I'm saying, if you remember, Madam Commissioner, my last two questions or so before lunch, I wanted to know where this net jock met. And the witness had said it can meet anywhere, but she didn't know where it met. Correct. One. Two, after lunch, I then asked questions that sought to create a distinction between what I would understand as prof jock at the Lonmin premises and net jock, which is something else. And I think to that also she acceded. So, and I'm going to move away from this because my instructions are now, which were communicated to my learned colleagues, to demand the minutes that we had asked for.
I think request might be a more appropriate
Well,
word.
okay, request. Request. Thank you, Chair. But the short answer to your question, Commissioner, is yes, because of the reasons I've alluded to. And I am going to ask one or two questions which make it clearer and then move on, if I may. Just a clarity question. NET JOC stands for National Joint Operations Center.
Yes, you're right.
And Prof JOC is Provincial Joint Operations Center. Okay. And the Prof JOC was headed by General Mpembe, correct?
Yes.
And the NET JOC is headed by General Mawela.
He's the head of ORS.
Yes, yeah. Now,
Prof JOC ibi phethwe ngu General Mbembe.
General Mpembe Mawela is the head of ORS. He would, he would work with people who are in the JOC.
He would probably chair it. I mean, I'm not holding you to it. That's why I'm using a neutral word. He headed it.
Let's just deal with the heading.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I think. Oh yes. It's just the last one. Just so that we're on the same page. The net JOC is is a body. It's not a person, a human person. It's a structure, if you know what I mean.
It's a center.
Yes, but it's made up of individuals. If it meets, it meets in the boardroom or something. You know what I mean? It's a structure. It's a center, but it's made up of individuals.
It's a center. It carries a lot of things.
Yes. No. I understand that. I mean, just like the Prof Jock is a center that we've established, and we know where it met, and so on and so on. We even have its minutes, and I'm not even canvassing the issue of minutes. All I'm saying is that it's a corporate, well, not a corporate body. It's a persona which is made up of people.
Yeah, it's a center. When you get there, you will see what is happening in Barberton, what is happening in wherever, what is happening. It's a center.
Okay.
Just like, to massify the Prof Jock.
Okay, 100%. That's all I need. Thank you, Chairperson. So it's a national version of the Prof Jock.
In that joke, usually is center. Umhlekazi bezamcacisa uba liqela labantu abaphetheyo. Uthi ke ngoku njenge-provincial le ikwanayo yi-center. Xa ungene kwezi center uyakwazi ukubona izinto ezenzekayo nakwezinye iindawo ezisebenzisana okanye zisebenza ngaphantsi kwayo i-net jock le okanye i-prof jock.
Okay, just one, and thank you, that's all on that issue for now, until we get the minutes, if we get them. A completely unrelated issue. I don't know why I keep on starting this issue and then somehow we get sidetracked to something else. You remember our discussion about the need to avoid the use of lethal force? Which you and I had agreed is a requirement.
Ingxoxo yethu ngalomba okokuba kuyafuneka kunyanzelekile uba makungasetyenziswa amandla anokuthi adale nokufa.
So the one where I said depending on circumstances. Yes, I remember.
Yile besithetha ngayo sisithi kufuneka eyona nto yenzekayo yenziwe ulumkelwe imeko.
No, you're quite right. That's how we got lost into the issue of the circumstances. Now, putting that issue aside, do you know, since you in chief, you were led as somebody who understands the prescripts, including Standing Order 262, and for now you can just take my word on this one. Otherwise, I'll take you to the specific section. That somewhere under 11 of 262, it says that the use of defensive measures must be prioritized. You can either take my word or you can look it up. It's, I think, 11.4.
Yakhumbula uba kwi-standing order kukho apho kuthethwa khona ngendlela ekumele ukuba xa kuzawuthi imeko inyanzelise uba kusetyenziswe amandla loo nto mayenziwe kuqwalaselwe imeko leyo.
I think I'm just avoiding us getting lost. Mhlambe helping me. I'll prefer we go there.
Ndizama ukulumkela into yoba masingade sibe siyalahlekelana khona ke uncedo endisalilindileyo.
All right. It's 11.2 of Standing Order 262, which Chairperson, I think, is Exhibit SS2. Yes.
But we spent many happy hours looking at it.
Yes. 2.1 says put defensive measures in place as a priority. Oh, sorry, I'm reading it out of context. If negotiations fail and life or property is in danger, the following procedure must be followed. Put defensive measures in place as a priority. You are aware of that?
Yes, I'm reading with you.
Yes. And it's also common cause that one of the defensive measures that were used or intended to be used in the Marikana operation was the employment of, or the deployment rather, of barbed wire. You are aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Konda naleyo kokuba apha eMarikana kwathi xa kwakusenziwa indlela yokuzikhusela kwasetyenziswa ucingo oluhlabayo.
And even if one was not a policeman or even an advocate, you would agree with the proposition that reading what I've read to you, if there was a situation where you needed to stop citizens from physically entering a particular area, it would be preferable to bar them by the use of something like barbed wire defensive measures than by a line of semi-automatic rifle-wielding people.
Point for argument rather than a matter on which...
No, it's not.
Why not?
Yes, because...
It's a matter for argument. It's either...
No, okay, Chair, let's assume it is. But it's a preface to the next question, yes.
All right. I won't...
Thank you.
Mr. Berg is looking at me, but you can... He hasn't turned his mic on, so you can ask the question.
Thank you. Yeah.
Semenya's got his one on. Mr. Semenya?
The line of police was not to achieve this purpose. The evidence has been given by General Anand.
You said the line of police was not?
The line of police that my learned colleague is referring to was not there for the purpose that he's explaining. General Annandale told us exactly why they were there.
Well, he didn't tell me.
I think he gave evidence on the point. If you didn't hear it, well, that's your misfortune, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure it's a misfortune of everyone sitting here. He didn't say why they were lining up there in basic line. That I'm 100% sure of.
Mr. Berg, you look as if you want to participate in the debate as well.
Chair, again, it's not my issue, but this is not an expert on what we're busy with. We've had this expert for too many days. He's been asked too many questions on that. Why we now go to expertise from the National Commissioner, I really, on a point of relevance, I object to it.
No.
And admissibility as opinion evidence.
Okay, Chair, okay, that's an easy one. The witness was led as somebody who is familiar with the prescripts, including the one that I just read out to her. All I'm doing, so to that extent...
Sorry, can I cut it short? Can you not reformulate the question?
Yes, maybe.
So inasmuch as it's obviously better to block people, prevent people from coming through an area by a fence or barbed wire rather than a line of people, then ask the question.
Okay.
Then you're not asking for an opinion on a matter in which he's not an expert.
Yes.
But it's built into the question. And then if someone wants to object to the question, they can.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I will ask that question. But to make it easier, can I refer you to the SAB's opening statement, which you approved, at paragraph, I'm sorry, what's the exhibit number? Okay, Ms. Pillay will help us just now about the exhibit number.
Mr. Tekota says it, and he's correct, it's F9.
F9, thank you. I'm indebted to Commissioner Tekota. And I'm on page 17, 44.8.
So if you marked your exhibits, you wouldn't have to ask people what the exhibit numbers are, because when you have the exhibit in your hand, you'd know. But anyway, let's carry on.
Well,
page 17, you say, paragraph?
I have marked them, Chairperson, but there are too many to handle. But and this particular one, page 1, was dislodged. But the version of the police is this. The implementation, oh, I'm sorry.
That's paragraph
44.8.
Point 8 read with 44.10.
Yeah. It's 44.8, but it just, because it says this measure, I just wanted to put it in context. It says, it was reported later, sorry, I'm reading from 44.7. The JOC then took a decision at 13:30 to disperse the protesters, disarm them, and when necessary, effect arrest at 3:30. So that's the context. 44.8 says, the implementation of this measure was preceded by the deployment of barbed wire to send a message that armed protesters may not cross the police line. So all I'm saying is that even if you just read that, it would seem that the police accept that the best way to send a message that people may not cross a police line is by the deployment of barbed wire. Are we agreed on that?
Enye ke yazo indlela zokuzikhusela amapolisa nokuthi ayisebenzise ile eyokuba makukhutshwe ucingo oluhlabayo izoba yinto echoyo ngokucacileyo ukuba abantu abafanelanga kugqitha kolo cingo okanye balutsibe bangadluli tu.
At least we agree on that part. I'm going to read on.
No, you didn't ask me to respond.
Yes, I'm asking you whether...
Okay.
No, sorry, I'm just repeating the question. I'm not assuming. Yeah.
Okay. I've read that there's a barbed wire that would separate the people and the police.
Yes.
Ifundile ke le ndawo ethi ke xa selumisiwe ucingo oluluhlabayo luthetha uba makohlukanwe okanye makungehlulelwa kwicala lamapolisa kudlule kolo cingo.
And then the next sentence, which is still the version of the police, is that the protesters defied this, in other words, the employment of the barbed wire, and attempted on three occasions to breach the police barbed wire.
Ke aba bantu babeqhankqalazile phaya ke bazama ukungayihoyi lento yokokuba kumiswe ucingo olo babe bezama ngamakeli amathathu ukuba badlule kulo.
Yes, and all I want to know is this in accordance with the version given to you that on three occasions the protesters tried to breach the barbed wire?
No, but I object to this. This is the opening by the police. The witness has said she's read it and she agreed with it. I don't know where this questioning goes to now.
We'll find out as soon as I ask
No,
the
I
next
object
question.
to it on the basis of relevancy, Chair.
Trouble, Mr. Mpofu, if I say so, is she's already said she agrees with it, you see. So then you put it to her and you say, do you agree with it? Well, she's already said she agreed with it. You don't have to do that. You can take as a given that she's agreed with it.
Fair enough.
You don't have to go through that again.
Yeah.
That's why you can come to the question immediately, you see, without all this introductory stuff, which she can scarcely deny in the view of what she said.
Yeah, okay, Chairperson. Really, just to avoid wasting more time on this, because the objection itself defeats the purpose.
We're not getting anywhere with complaining about objections. Let's just carry on.
Yeah,
we've had a harmonious relationship, all of us here, for 100 days. Let's not spoil the
next
100th
century.
Day. Carry
Yes.
on.
Thank you. Okay, Chairperson. Not being one to spoil the atmosphere. Okay. General, the version of the protesters, at least those that I represent, as explained by Mr. Makidwana, is that on what the police call the third attempt, there was no barbed wire that was employed, and that is also one of the criticisms that I placed to General Annandale as to why the gap where they were killed was not protected by barbed wire. Have you got any comment?
Enye ke yezinto ezithe zathetheka yeyoba lwalunga.
Mr. Mpofu, I'm sorry. You asked. She wasn't there. Annandale was. You asked General Annandale about it, and he gave a reason. I'm not even sure that she knows what the reason was, but even if she does it really take our case any further to hear what the National Commissioner thinks or comments about the explanation, who wasn't there, the explanation that General Annandale gave about why there wasn't? I think you can ask better questions than that, you know?
Yes, okay, that's fine. Then I'm going to ask this. If it turns out that a measure which was prescribed in the prescripts and which would have avoided loss of life was not taken, would you, as National Commissioner, agree that with what I will put in argument, that not everything was done to avoid? Remember, we're talking about avoiding deaths.
Sorry, Mr. Mpofu, but that's for us to decide, surely. It's a hypothetical question. If it turns out that way, what would you say? Well, the answer is, whether it turns out that way or not is for us to decide. One of the things we'd have to decide.
Okay.
And if we decide it, we would then have to make comments, and comments would be pretty obvious, I would imagine, if they are based upon such a finding. But I don't think, with respect, that the National Commission will help us one way or the other in giving us the benefit of her comments on that, in answer to that hypothetical question.
Okay, then final attempt. If it turns out that the people in charge of the operation failed to take a measure which would avoid deaths, would you, as National Commissioner, take the necessary steps to A, discipline those people, and B, make sure that it does not happen again, which is the purpose of the Commission?
Uba bekunokuthi kwenzeke ke ukuba kubhaqeke into ethi amapolisa bengayenzanga imizamo yokokuba mabakhuseleke ukwenzela into kokuba xa bethe bakhuseleka kungabikho nto inokubanyanzelela into yoba kude konzakala okanye kufe abantu.
Interrupt you. Surely, in regard to the first leg of the question, that's a matter for IPID to decide. It's not for her. She's told us over and over again, she doesn't police the police. The police are policed, if I can use that expression, by IPID. The second part, obviously, is a legitimate question to ask her. But I'll allow her to answer the second half of the question, but not the first.
I'm happy
Because
with
it's obvious, it's a matter for IPID, not for her.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I've already answered that to this commission, and I've said the outcomes. As a result of the outcomes, we'll look at relevant interventions and relevant remedies.
Sele ndiyiphendulile ke leyo ntetho benditshile ukuba ke ukuba kungathi kucaca uba ikhona noko ke into ibifanele ukuba iyenzeka ukuyinqanda into efana nale ukuze ingabe iphinde yenzeke kuzawuthathwa ke unyathelo olunokuthi lube lolufanelekileyo.
Okay, thank you for that. Then you and I, okay, I'll try and use the chairperson's formulation, which is probably more efficient. Given the fact that you and I agreed at the beginning of this cross-examination and the previous one about the importance or the crucial role that would be played by the accuracy of information in relation to an operation of this nature with its potential consequences. Would you agree that a difference of opinion among the decision makers on, for example, the numbers of people that are to be targeted, I'm using that in the nicest possible way, would play a disastrous role in the outcome? And I'm sorry, I know it's a long question. Maybe the short question is this. If the assumptions that are made are false, isn't it almost predictable that the outcome will be disastrous?
Depend on which way the mistake works. I understand what you're talking about. If they had over-provided because they thought they were dealing with 10x people, but in fact they were only, some of them only thought they were dealing with X people. The fact there's an over-provision of people to deal with 10x would obviously not cause a problem because they easily deal with X. But if it's the other way around, which is, I think, where you're going, then the answer might be self-evident, but I'll still let you ask it.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes. Bear in mind my original question. Just the qualification that the Chairperson is putting is that if the police were, if they were to provide for 100 people and it turns out that there's only 10 who are there, they might be over-providing. If, on the other hand, they provide for 100 and it turns out, or rather, they might also be accused of overkill and all sorts of things if it's 10 and they provide for 100. But if it's the other way around, then it might be just surplus, which does not attract any criticism. You know what I mean?
I think what the question means is this. If, in fact, they provided enough people to deal with 100 strikers, and it turned out that there were 1,000 strikers, they didn't have enough people, in other words, they were undermanned, then there would have been problems because they didn't have enough people to deal with the problem. It wouldn't matter so much the other way around. If they had enough people to deal with 100 and there were only 10, then they just had too many people, but that wouldn't have affected the correctness and adequacy of the operation. But what he's putting to is if they didn't actually have enough people, and it was partly due to the fact that some of the officers thought they were targeting 100 and others thought they were targeting 1,000, but they didn't actually have enough people to deal properly with 1,000. How does the question end?
Would you agree that if it was that situation, that, in other words, if you had over-provided, that one of the valid criticisms, for example, in terms of how many guns you've brought there, might be that you provided for what I call overkill. And that's what I meant when I say, you know what I mean.
Fortunate expression in this case.
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah. But that's why when I said, you know what I mean. I mean, I don't mean it literally. That it would create a dangerous situation, a more dangerous situation.
Ukuba bekunokuthi kucaceke into kokuba imizamo yokuzikhusela okanye yokhuseleko kwicala lamapolisa ebebenokuthi bayenze kodwa ke sebeyenzile kuzocaca into kokuba inganeno kwenani okanye iqela labantu abajongene nalo bekusenokwenzeka ke ukuba ingozi ke yona ibekho okanye ukonzakala umonzakalo nakweliphi ke icala ube mkhulu ube ngaphezulu kokuba bewenzile amalungiselelo kusenokuthi ke amalungiselelo lawo ke abe ngaphezulu kwemfuneko yalonto ebekusithiwa kufuneka kukhuseleke kuyo okanye imeko bekufuneka kukhuselekwe kuyo.
Advocate, I think it's a very difficult question that you're asking. It's very hypothetical. It lends itself to scenario planning, and it's inconclusive. It's a lot of debates that need to be held around that. This one's assumptions, that one's assumption. I cannot be able to answer you on that one.
Ndinganokuyiphendula ngoluphi uhlobo ke le intetho yakho ngoba enyanisweni zingcinga nje ukuba bekuthe ukuba bekunokuthi ukuba bekungakhange kutheni inzima loluphi uhlobo endinokuthi ndiphendule intetho enjalo ngalo.
If I can just wrap this up. Forget the assumption then. I'm putting it to you that there is evidence in this commission that some of the police members, like Khalid's, state that there were over 3,000 armed people that were the focus or the target of the operation. Others, like General Annandale, state that the target of the operation was 300 to 400, I think that's what he said, people. So that's the status quo. Forget assumptions.
That is
Can
not
you
the
accept
evidence,
that?
Chair.
ingxaki ke sijongene naye apha yeyoba kubekho intetho ethi bebebaninzi kakhulu abantu phaya omnye uthe bebengaphezu kwamawaka amathathu ukhona ke lo othe yena wathetha ngamakhulu amathathu kuya kwamane.
Sorry, Chair, before the objection, let me just finish the question. And some of the objective evidence suggests that there were 300 armed people who arrived, and then there were 600 who arrived later. That makes it 900. And another version is that about half of the 3,000 were armed. There are various versions. That's the situation.
Mr. Mpofu, you know, this is really getting a little bit out of hand. And I'd be rather sad for us to end it here at Rustenburg on a note like that. So what I suggest we do is, it's quite a trick, as she says correctly, it's a tricky point. And what I suggest you go back to the drawing board, write out a neat, tight question, dealing with the problems that you want to raise with her, and ask it for her on Tuesday morning.
Okay, Chair, I promise you, I just want to move away so that we start on the fresh. Can I ask one general question?
No, look, there are people who have made travel arrangements on the assumption we're going to stop at 4. So I think we do that way on Tuesday morning. And we'll take the adjournment now, and we'll bid farewell, or possibly au revoir, to Rustenburg on a happy note.
Chairman, I'm sorry, may I make one brief announcement? The meeting of the parties will take place not on Monday, but on Wednesday, on the closed day of the Commission. And an email, I beg your pardon, an email will go out shortly advising everyone of the arrangements.
That's it. Thank you.